Didn't expect Mr. Chin to be the chairman of TVB. This was truly a misunderstanding. We will resume filming the advertisement for Ms. Zhao right away. Mr. Chin, I apologize for our actions. We were forced into this. I will arrange everything for you now. Please don't terminate our cooperation with TVB. With just one phone call, he managed to establish connections with the mainland TV stations. His identity as the head of TVB was no joke. The two major entertainment companies could put pressure on the TV stations, and he could do the same. With TVB in his hands, the mainland TV stations would certainly give him face. The issue was resolved in less than an hour. Zhao Liang, watching all of this, was filled with admiration. Chapter 107. The two women suddenly become sisters. A phone call came in, and the collaboration with the television station was immediately implicated again. This time, it seemed to involve the two major entertainment companies, China Film and Hawaii. They had not investigated his identity at all, which made Qin Fei feel ridiculous. Zhao Liang, who was standing beside him, also noticed this and couldn't help but laugh, saying, Fei, it seems that China Film and Hawaii really didn't investigate you this time. They just acted recklessly. It looks like they are completely in the dark thanks to that surname Ma. They really think you are just an ordinary speculator from Hong Kong. Qin Fei also laughed, sneering as he said, This is an opportunity. Many entertainment companies in the mainland must look down on me, a Hong Kong person investing in enterprises, especially since I want to keep all the profits for myself. I don't plan to let others take shares, and there will definitely be a lot of people looking for trouble with me. That's inevitable. Indeed, even if my Yun hadn't found the two major entertainment giants, once he developed further, there would be other entertainment companies looking for trouble. This was an opportunity for him to showcase the status of Qin Entertainment and let the mainland entertainment circle understand that his company was not to be trifled with. The social circle in Hong Kong was originally quite small. The entertainment scene in Hong Kong had already linked with the mainland, and many Hong Kong stars had entered the mainland, securing significant positions. For example, one of the directors under his company, Director Wong, was a prominent figure in Hong Kong and had a good reputation in the mainland. He had helped numerous stars shoot films and collaborated with many entertainment companies. Transitioning from the Hong Kong market to the mainland market, he was one of the most capable and outstanding directors, and now he was an employee of his company. Qin Fei contacted Director Wong to learn about the Hong Kong entertainment circle and how many shareholders from Hong Kong were invested in China Film and Hawaii. Once the call connected, Director Wong candidly shared the information. Currently, China Film and Hawaii are the two most powerful entertainment companies. Mr. Qin, over 70 of his shares in our Hong Kong entertainment circle are held by investors. I remember the Xiong family and the Chun family both have investments, as well as the Zhou family studio. If you need, I can help you get in touch with them. Qin Fei certainly wanted to discuss this, and he calmly said, Okay, help me contact these people from the entertainment circle. Just say it's me personally wanting to meet and talk with them. Director Wong smiled and immediately praised him, Mr. Qin, if you want to meet them, they will definitely let you know. Who doesn't know our Hong Kong's top financial tycoon, Mr. Qin? Your reputation is well known throughout Hong Kong, and the four major families all hold you in high regard. The Xiong family, the Chun family, and the Zhou family will surely want to build a relationship with you. Qin Fei smiled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. His current reputation allowed him to personally approach these people, giving them face. They would surely be happier than him, since he was as famous as the four major families' financial tycoons, controlling tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. These people had no opportunity to curry favor, and now Qin Fei was giving them a chance to do so. Zhao Liang understood this very well and smiled as she watched Qin Fei hang up the phone, starting to prepare for the meeting location. Fei, if you send out the invitations, those representatives from the Hong Kong entertainment circle will definitely come. By the way, should we discuss this in Beijing or go to Hong Kong? Qin Fei smiled, thinking of a better place, and said, I'll have my private yacht, Las Vegas, come here. We can have the discussions on the boat. It's more private and discreet. Zhao Liang nodded and was looking forward to it. She leaned closer, playfully saying, I haven't been to your private yacht yet. That's Las Vegas, one of the best gambling boats. I've always wanted to go. If it weren't for not having gone to Hong Kong, Zhao Liang would have wanted to check out that gambling boat long ago. Seeing her anticipation, Qin Fei naturally wanted to give her that experience. He planned to take the gambling boat to a private sea area in Beishan and invite several prominent figures from the Hong Kong entertainment circle to join the gathering. Originally, he planned to accompany Zhao Liying, but then he thought of Liu Yifei, who hadn't been on a yacht either. He called Liu Yifei, but it was her mother who answered. Upon knowing that they were going to the yacht, Liu's mother readily agreed and immediately helped her daughter pack her things, planning to go along with Liu Yifei. One more person wouldn't hurt. After confirming the time and location, Qin Fei also personally called Qin Entertainment Company to send a car to pick up several figures from the Hong Kong entertainment circle to his yacht gathering. In the afternoon, the sea was calm and sunny. The Las Vegas gambling boat had been repainted and remodeled, completely changing its original gambling boat style, removing the internal casino and transforming it into a luxurious bar. Following Qin Fei's design requirements, the interior decor was revamped. It was no longer a gambling boat, but a luxurious yacht. The grandeur of the private luxury yacht attracted many people who had never seen a private ship before, taking pictures along the shore. Liu's mother and Liu Yifei arrived here with their luggage, and upon seeing Qin Fei's luxurious yacht, they were both astonished. They gained a further understanding of Qin Fei's financial power. This yacht was impressive and obviously worth a fortune. Mr. Qin actually has such a beautiful ship. Such a large and beautiful ship, must be worth over several billion Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Qin is really too wealthy, Liu's mother exclaimed. And Liu Yifei's face was full of joy as she looked forward to meeting Qin Fei soon. Her gaze had already landed on Qin Fei, who was with Zhao lying not far away. If it weren't for her mother being there, she would have rushed over and thrown herself into his arms. Having not seen him for 2 days, Liu Yifei missed him very much. If it weren't for her mother, she would have wanted to stay close to Qin Fei. She also envied Zhao Liying for being so intimate with him, desperately wanting to take Zhao Liying's place. The difference between them was quite significant. Liu Yifei noticed this and felt no jealousy, but rather a bit of inferiority. She felt that besides her looks, she really had nothing to compare with Zhao Liying. Moreover, in terms of looks, it was clear that Zhao Liying was much more beautiful than her. Liu's mother also approached with a smile, greeting Zhao Liying, who controlled 30 of the shares in Qin Entertainment. With that share in hand, she absolutely hoped her daughter could secure 32, as that would mean they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. Miss Zhao, it's great to see you here today. I didn't expect your reputation to be so high now. It's certain that you'll make it to the front line, and when that time comes, our Qian will need your guidance. Zhao Liying nodded, glancing at Liu Yifei, who was seeing her for the first time today. She had only seen her on television before. Seeing her in person, she truly felt that Liu Yifei's beauty was absolutely at the top of the entertainment industry. She was stunned for a moment, having to admit that this heavenly beauty was indeed stunning, even pleasing to her eyes. However, Liu Yifei lowered her head, displaying a hint of inferiority, as if lacking confidence in her appearance and figure. This made Zhao Liying find it interesting, and she glanced at Qin Fei before leaning closer to his ear and whispering, Fei, this heavenly beauty is indeed gorgeous. Now I understand why you chose her. No wonder you would notice her. Qin Fei smiled, but said nothing, simply beckoning Liu Yifei over to introduce the two women to each other. Two women can get along harmoniously because there isn't much conflict of interest between them. After all, Liu Yifei's goal is to become a top star, earn more money for her mother, and receive praise from Qin Fei. Anything beyond that is beyond her imagination. As for Zhao Liying, she has already secured her position as a top star and truly doesn't care much about money. She has earned enough to last several lifetimes. Now, she just wants to obtain the position of Qin Fei's wife and take everything that a star named Yang Yi in Hong Kong has. She doesn't harbor much hostility towards Liu Yifei, knowing that this somewhat insecure and low-aspiration fairy star poses no threat to her status. Therefore, when the two meet, they act more like friends and chat happily. Liu Yifei's younger sister is truly beautiful. No wonder she was chosen as the female lead. To be honest, no matter what movie you act in, the audience can't help but watch you. Even female viewers will pay attention to you, flattered by the compliment. Liu Yifei was very excited, smiling widely and secretly glancing at Qin Fei. Sweetly, she said, Sister Zhao is also very beautiful. Actually, she's not that much better looking. I'm still quite a bit behind her. Sister Zhao is both pretty and capable. Managing an entertainment company is impressive. She's way better than you. Looking at her with envy made Zhao Lying enjoy it. And she took Lu Yifei's hand, saying intimately, "You have such a sweet mouth. I was just thinking about wanting a little sister. I feel like we can be sisters. Then you can call me Sister Zhao. I'll call you Sister Qianqian. If you ever have trouble in the circle, you can come to me. If the boss isn't around, you can come play with me." Lu Yifei's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhao Lying's words, and she was even more delighted, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Having an older sister as a support made her incredibly happy. Even Lu's mother, who was standing nearby, was taken aback, thinking how nice it would be for her daughter to have a good role model, and Zhao Lying was very suitable. With a knowing glance, Lu Yifei happily said, "Really? That's great. Sister Zhao, you're so nice. I've always wanted an older sister. I really like you." After saying that, Lu Yifei happily hugged Zhao Lying, who gently patted her head, clearly enjoying the moment. The two women were quite close, almost a bit too affectionate. Chapter 108. Unable to flatter, even if wanted, the close relationship between the two women surprised Qin Fei, and as he observed them, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, this was not the time to marvel at their bond. The more impressive individuals were here. When someone approached, it was Lu Yifei's mother, Lu Mu, who was the first to be shocked. Lu Mu was originally from the entertainment industry and was familiar with many big names in the field. She truly did not expect that the ones coming to find Qin Fei this time were all major players in the entertainment industry, true heavyweights from the Hong Kong entertainment scene. There was Boss Xiang, Mr. Chun, and Mr. Zhou. Boss Xiang was the head of Xiang's entertainment company, which he co-founded with his brother and had connections with China Film and Hawaii. This time, upon hearing news about Qin Fei, he specially came to meet this renowned Mr. Qin from Hong Kong. Once close to the Li family of Hong Kong, with Li Charn being friends with Mr. Qin, from that moment on, Qin Fei became a part of the upper echelon. They were not even in the same league, while the Xiang family was considered a prominent family. They could never be compared to the Li family, which was one of the four great families and a top influencer in Hong Kong. To survive in this circle, one had to be a big shot, and Qin Fei was particularly sought after among them. Thus, Boss Yang was incredibly excited to receive an invitation from Qin Fei and immediately arranged for transportation to come here. Not to mention, when he saw Qin Fei, his previously stern face instantly filled with smiles, as if meeting an old friend after many years. "Ha, Mr. Qin, I've long admired you. I've only heard of your reputation, but I've never met you. Now that I do, I can see that the rumors are not exaggerated. You are even more impressive than I imagined." Mr. Chun, standing by, nodded in agreement. Chin's Entertainment was a company that had been restructured after the decline of the Hong Kong entertainment scene. He focused on the mainland, holding significant shares in both China Film and Hawaii, with investments amounting to hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars. He was a major shareholder of these two entertainment giants and was also a native of Hong Kong. His family was considered prominent, with some connections to the four great families. Seeing Qin Fei, he was particularly excited, his face filled with enthusiasm as he reached out to shake Qin Fei's hand. "Mr. Qin, thank you so much for this invitation. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to meet you. I've sent many invitations in the past, but never received a response. Being able to get an invitation this time is such an honor." Mr. Zhou from Zhou's entertainment studio was a bit more reserved, but his eager gaze indicated his interest. Anyone from Hong Kong had heard of Qin Fei's reputation. The three were full of excitement, while Qin Fei remained calm, smiling humbly. "It's my honor to have you three here. I truly apologize for making you travel such a long way. Please don't mind my inadequate hospitality." The three dared not say anything. Boss Yang looked around and was the first to speak up with a smile. "Mr. Qin is joking. This is the gambling king Las Vegas. There is no better yacht than this. Just think about how many people in Hong Kong have this honor to be invited by Mr. Qin." Mr. Qin nodded and continued, "Indeed, Mr. Qin, you created a myth in the Hong Kong Financial Center. The media was still trying to interview you, not expecting you to come to the mainland. So many people want to discuss the Hong Kong stock market and the Hang Seng Index with you. The value of meeting you is far greater than that of stock god Buffett." The representative from Zhou's Entertainment also rarely spoke, nodding in agreement. "Yes. Reports in Hong Kong say that being able to meet Mr. Qin is worth a fortune. Even 10 million Hong Kong dollars cannot buy the chance to meet you, Mr. Qin. They elevated Qin Fei's status, leaving Lu Mu astonished. She realized that this boss was more formidable and terrifying than she had imagined. His power surpassed her expectations. Not far away, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei looked at Qin Fei with admiration, their eyes sparkling as they watched him being praised. Qin Fei was in high spirits as he arranged everything and invited the few of them to have lunch together on the yacht. He had already prepared a chef to cook fresh seafood caught at sea. Everyone was excited to see the delicious food. Of course, they understood that this time was not just about eating. Now, sitting at the dining table with Qin Fei, Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei were on either side of him, quietly helping to serve the food without speaking, as there were surely important matters to discuss. Qin Fei did not want to waste time either. As soon as the food was served, he opened the conversation. I believe you three know why I invited you here this time. Boss Yang spoke first, his expression turning serious. Mr. Qin, you don't need to say anything. I already know. This time, China Film and Hawaii have crossed the line by targeting you. These two companies truly deserve to be punished. I even invested hundreds of billions in them, and they are simply despicable. Mr. Qin nodded, gritting his teeth. I can't believe these two companies dared to go after Mr. Qin, especially those two, Chun Kong and Wang Ankong. They didn't even consider Mr. Qin's status and directly tried to blacklist your company. They are delusional. Mr. Zhou had already called the two entertainment companies and arranged for their representatives to come to the yacht to meet. Mr. Qin, the Hong Kong investors of China Film and Hawaii truly do not want to oppose you. This time, the decision to blacklist your company was completely made in a rush. I've already asked them to send someone over to apologize. If they don't apologize this time, we will withdraw our investments from China Film and Hawaii. The three expressed their stance that if China Film and Hawaii remained stubborn, they would withdraw their investments. Of course, their withdrawals did not mean much, as the two companies had a total value of tens of trillions of RMB. But it was important to note that these three representatives represented the entirety of the Hong Kong entertainment circle. If they withdrew their investments, those shareholders who had invested in them would also follow suit. The Hong Kong investments in China Film and Hawaii accounted for 70. If 70 of the investment funds were withdrawn, how could these two companies not be terrified? They probably did not realize how powerful Qin Fei was. Now, the shareholders and executives of these two companies only regretted not checking Qin Fei's background thoroughly, unaware of his fame in Hong Kong. They were far behind in news on the mainland, which led to the current embarrassing situation. Inside the office of Alibaba Pictures, jointly established by China Film and Hawaii, they originally planned to create this department for acquisitions. The department head answered a call, his expression darkening as he was utterly shocked, unable to fathom how serious the situation had become. What? All the Hong Kong shareholders are uniting to withdraw their investments? How is that possible? If all the Hong Kong investors withdraw, our company will be finished. How could this happen? That person named Qin is just a speculator. Could he really be that influential? His expression changed, and the department head began searching for news about Qin Fei, becoming increasingly shocked with each new piece of information. The more he read, the paler he became until his face was devoid of color as he looked at the two men who had just entered, Chun Kong and Wang Ankong. The two responsible individuals who had little power in the company, merely being errand boys. They had no idea what kind of trouble they had caused. They had just been discussing how to reallocate the interests of Alibaba Pictures with Ma Yun, feeling pleased with themselves as they returned to convey this news. Mr. Xia, we have already talked with Mr. Ma. He is willing to give us 80 of Alibaba Pictures' profits as long as we get rid of that Qin Entertainment. When the time comes, we will take over Alibaba Pictures, and 80 of the profits will be ours. We can definitely dominate the online ticketing market. The two of them excitedly finished speaking, but did not expect Mr. Xia's expression to darken. His gaze turned towards them, showing no signs of happiness, but rather a face filled with uncertainty and displeasure. 80 of the profits? You don't understand. China Film and Hawaii are about to collapse. And now you're talking to me about Alibaba Pictures. The two were shocked and confused, completely unaware of why the two major entertainment giants were on the brink of collapse. If they really did collapse, it would be a massive earthquake in the entertainment industry. Mr. Xia's face was grim, and he began to roar in anger. You didn't even investigate who you're provoking this time. The owner behind that Qin Entertainment is not an ordinary person at all. You two useless fools, without doing your homework, are looking for trouble for China Film in Hawaii? The two still did not understand, not knowing the identity of the other party. After all, they thought the other was just a young man from a wealthy family in Hong Kong. Even if Qin Fei was the son of one of the four major families, they were not worried, which is why they dared to challenge him. But they still did not expect that Qin Fei was not just some rich kid from a family, but a financial tycoon that made the four major families tremble in fear. A legendary figure among the stock gods of Hong Kong. Now, there is not a single wealthy person in Hong Kong who does not know Qin Fei, as long as Qin Fei says a word. These wealthy people in Hong Kong are willing to follow him. Such charisma. How could the two of them comprehend it? Listening to their boss's words, the two turned pale, and by the end, they realized they had provoked a huge trouble. They trembled all over, with faces filled with fear. Mr. Xia, you're not joking, are you? That guy named Qin is so young. He can actually control the entire circle of wealthy people in Hong Kong? Mr. Xia, this is not a joke to be made. He hasn't even turned 30. Even if he is from one of the four major families in Hong Kong, he shouldn't be this powerful. Mr. Xia sneered continuously, gritting his teeth and saying, "What four major families in Hong Kong?" Li Chaoren's family was forced to leave Hong Kong and immigrate to Europe. Do you know what this represents? Chapter 109. This person cannot be provoked. The two were in shock, never expecting this young man to have such a significant background. Now, the expression on their boss's face was grim, indicating that things had escalated. Now, shareholders from China Film in Hawaii and Hong Kong wanted to withdraw their investments. Who would have known that behind Qin's Entertainment was such a powerful figure? The influence of the other party in Hong Kong exceeded their imagination. Chen Kong and Wang On Kong were at a loss for what to do. They had gotten themselves into big trouble. "Xia, what should we do now? Will we be fired?" Xia's face was icy as he looked over, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't think it's just you. I'm in trouble too." "All right. Now the Hong Kong investors want us to bring the person in charge over. You two, hurry up and apologize to that young Master Qin." Chen Kong and Wang On Kong dared not disobey, quickly agreeing, wanting to know where this young Master Qin was. Xiao's expression turned serious as he said, "He's on a yacht, dining with the Xiong family, the Chen family, and Mr. Zhou from Zhou's entertainment company. Mr. Zhou specifically instructed that if you two don't resolve this matter, he will never cooperate with our two entertainment companies again." The strength of Zhou's entertainment studio is still quite terrifying. If they don't cooperate, the loss will be on them. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, they hurriedly drove to the location where Qin Fei was. After about half an hour, when they arrived at the private sea area and witnessed Qin Fei's Las Vegas yacht, they were deeply shocked. Just this yacht alone made them understand the terrifying nature of young Master Qin. They regretted not having looked into Qin's entertainment more. They truly thought Qin Fei was just a young, ordinary speculator. It turns out he was a top financial tycoon in Hong Kong. On the yacht's dining table, the specially prepared lobster and deep-sea fish were delicious. Dining on fresh seafood while sailing was indeed a luxurious experience. Not to mention the beauty of this Las Vegas yacht, which left Boss Xiong, Mr. Chen, and Mr. Zhou in awe. They considered themselves wealthy, but when it came to enjoyment and vision, they could not compare to Qin Fei before them. Just maintaining this yacht would cost them billions of Hong Kong dollars a year. And the expenses for this Las Vegas yacht were even higher. All they could do was envy, constantly flattering Qin Fei, hoping to get a chance to cooperate with him. For instance, if Qin Fei made a financial move and revealed a bit of information, it could help them earn tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. Money was the best way to cooperate, which is why the three treated Qin Fei with utmost respect. No one would dislike making more money, especially since the combined assets of the three were still less than Qin Fei's alone. And now, this young Master Qin was so young. It was hard to believe how far he could grow in the future. Just after finishing the meal, someone rushed over. Chen Kong and Wang On Kong, as the persons in charge this time, came again, no longer exhibiting their previous arrogant attitude. Noticing Qin Fei surrounded by three big shots on the yacht, their expressions changed. They hurriedly approached, almost kneeling to apologize to Qin Fei. "Mr. Qin, we were wrong about the earlier matter. We didn't understand your reputation in Hong Kong and didn't expect you to be such a big player in the entertainment industry. Yes, Boss Xiang, Mr. Chun, Mr. Zhou, we never intended to snatch Alibaba Pictures from you. It was all a misunderstanding. Now, they no longer dared to fight over Alibaba Pictures, as China Film and Hawaii had been thoroughly dealt with. If Hong Kong Capital withdrew its investment, it would leave China Film and Hawaii paralyzed, and then shareholders and founders would come asking. They wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. Thus, they hurriedly apologized to Qin Fei, who seemed completely unconcerned, smiling as he glanced at the two without saying a word, as if he didn't even acknowledge their existence, continuing to enjoy his time on the yacht. He was planning to go out to sea and instructed the captain and crew to prepare. Qin Fei ignored them, and the three bystanders also paid them no mind. Chun Kong and Wang Ankong's faces turned pale. This was worse than being scolded or beaten. The indifference made them feel utterly humiliated, as if they had no room for negotiation. They feared for their lives, thinking about their positions and future. They could only follow behind Qin Fei. When Qin Fei sat down on a beach chair, wanting to sunbathe, the two hurried forward. This time, they directly knelt before Qin Fei. "Young Master Qin, please give us another chance. We promise not to fight you for Alibaba Pictures anymore. Young Master Qin, we won't have any designs on Alibaba Pictures in the future. We will help you promote it for free. Please let us off this time." Qin Fei lay on the beach chair, looking at the two and feeling amused. He sneered. "Aren't you from China Film and Hawaii very impressive? Didn't you say you would make me see? I know you established a new department for Alibaba Pictures. That person surnamed Ma must have promised you that if you got rid of me, he would hand over Alibaba Pictures to you for management, right?" For a moment, the two were speechless, as they indeed had established the department. If it weren't for how hard it was to provoke Qin Fei, they feared that the major shareholder of Alibaba Pictures would have already changed hands. Although Qin Fei had signed a contract, the founder was Ma Yun, and as long as the other party was willing, there was still a lot of room for maneuver. At that time, breaching the contract and selling 90 of Alibaba Pictures shares would not be a big deal. At most, they would just need to give him a little compensation, a few hundred billion RMB, which the two large companies could come up with. They had prepared for this and originally planned to take 90 of the shares like this. But who knew that Qin Fei would directly bring in Hong Kong tycoons? With just one word, the Hong Kong entertainment investors applied pressure. And China Film and Hawaii could not hold on. Their plan to acquire Alibaba Pictures had to be scrapped. The department was also directly dissolved, and all the funds they had planned to use for the acquisition were withdrawn. Now, the department had no funds left. What could they do? They couldn't do anything. Acquiring it was impossible. The two hurriedly knelt down and pleaded, "Young Master Qin, we dared not, now that we have withdrawn all our acquisition funds. How could we dare to acquire it again? Yes, it's all that person's surname Ma's fault. If it weren't for that guy, we wouldn't have been misled or deceived." They placed all the blame on the person surnamed Ma. Qin Fei sneered repeatedly, waved his hand, and didn't want to waste any more words. "All right, this matter was originally supported by both of you. I don't want to see you anymore. Roll as far away as you can. If you appear in front of me again, do you know what the consequences will be?" Qin Fei's words clearly had two layers of meaning, leaving the two pale-faced, realizing that their future was doomed. Offending this entertainment tycoon, they feared they would not be valued by the company anymore. Qin Fei had already said he didn't want to see them again. If he saw them again, he definitely wouldn't let them off. In this case, how could China Film and Hawaii dare to continue using the two? The two turned pale, their expressions fluctuating, and with mournful faces, they still wanted to apologize. But Qin Fei ignored them completely. Boss Xiang also stepped forward, coldly snorting. "Did you not hear young Master Qin? He doesn't want to see you. He told you to get lost." With a glance and an imposing aura, Boss Xiang pressured the two, making them tremble and lower their heads. They could only obediently pretend and immediately crawl on the ground, rolling away without daring to make a sound. Seeing the two leave, Mr. Qin stepped forward with a smile and said, "Qin Xiao, there's no need to worry about such people. However, that one surnamed Ma is quite interesting. He actually opposes you. Qin Xiao, that guy's the real culprit. Now, he probably doesn't even realize that there's no one standing behind him to help him counter you." Qin Fei was quite curious about what expression that guy would have upon realizing all of this. and a playful smile appeared on his lips. For now, he continued to accompany the three in their entertainment activities, discussing the development of the entertainment industry in the mainland. All three were optimistic about the mainland entertainment scene and expressed their desire to collaborate more in the future. Qin Fei naturally agreed, as he wasn't lacking in money. Investing a bit to further expand the mainland entertainment market was nothing. He could still come up with hundreds of billions of RMB. When Qin Fei was willing to put forward 20 billion renminbi as cooperative funds, the boss was visibly pleased and proactively revealed that their company, Xiangshe Entertainment, had already expanded into the mainland and collaborated with several film companies. In the future, arranging films or roles for TV dramas would also be much more convenient. Qin Fei smiled and called the two women over to introduce them. By the way, I have two actresses here, Li Ying and Yi Fei, both with solid skills. They've acted in several films, and their performances are quite good. If there are any good movies or TV dramas in the future, make sure to promote them. After saying this, he held the hands of the two women and greeted them. Everyone knew that the relationship between the two big stars and Qin Fei was not simple, and they quickly expressed that everything will be taken care of by themselves. Zhou Li Ying smiled, knowing that gaining more resources would bring her closer to becoming a top-tier star. Lu Yifei, on the other hand, was filled with excitement and gratitude, not expecting to be introduced to so many entertainment big bosses by Qin Fei. She was truly happy and appreciative of Qin Fei giving her this opportunity. Especially being introduced alongside Zhao Liying proved that in Qin Fei's heart, her status was not much lower than Zhao Liying's. This was what made her the happiest. This made her feel a sense of pride, being able to be compared to Sister Zhao, which left her beaming with joy, snuggling up to Qin Fei with a sweet expression. Chapter 110. Apologies require sincerity inside the luxury apartment where Lu Yifei and her mother lived. As soon as Qin Fei returned, he saw someone. Upon learning the news that both China Film and Huai no longer supported Ma Yun, the expression on his face was quite grim. He received a call and learned this news, his face turning ashen. The two major companies had originally planned to invest 80 billion renminbi to acquire Alibaba Pictures, but now they had suddenly pulled out their funds, and even the established department was disbanded. Including the promised dividends, everything was now gone. Little did he know that Qin Fei, the boss of Qin Entertainment who had invested in him, was so capable. Both China Film and Huai feared each other's strength. Who exactly was Mr. Qin? He specifically checked the newspapers in Hong Kong, and afterward he regretted it immensely. If he had known it would turn out this way, he definitely wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. Of course, he regretted that the profits he had in hand had just flown away. Therefore, to stabilize the current situation, he hurriedly found Qin Fei to apologize. As he approached Qin Fei, he raised his hand and slapped himself on the ear. With a face full of sorrow, he said, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. I should have wanted to sell Alibaba Pictures to China Film and Huai. Although I did this for the sake of Alibaba Pictures. He had originally thought that this would lead to a better future for the film industry we founded, and it was all my fault." After saying this, he slapped himself again, crying in front of himself in anguish. Although it was a form of apology, it was clearly a forced explanation, telling him that selling Alibaba Pictures was to ensure a better future for his company. Moreover, in the end, he claimed it was for his own sake. Mr. Qin is in Hong Kong, and with such a large company, he surely can't manage it alone. That's why I wanted to find them to cooperate together. In the end, everyone would benefit more. The development would be stronger, and the dividends would be significantly more. Everything I did was completely for Mr. Qin to receive more investment returns. The other party lamented, tears and snot flowing as he spoke to himself. As a future capitalist, it was rare to see someone so shameless. Qin Fei was also amused and couldn't help but laugh at the other party's words. "Oh, so I should thank you for considering my investment enterprise? For my profits?" Ma Yun cried, "Mr. Qin, I didn't mean it that way. Actually, everything I did was for our future cooperation to be more convenient." How could Qin Fei believe the other party's words? This guy almost sold himself directly. What a blatant pursuit of personal interest. Qin Fei, fully aware of this, said coldly, "Mr. Ma, the company's leadership isn't solely dependent on you. Other people can do it too. Honestly, even my Liu Yifei can take on this responsibility. His gaze fell on Liu Yifei beside him. Liu Yifei was taken aback. While Liu's mother looked excited, her expression one of sheer joy. Liu's mother immediately stated without thinking, "Mr. Qin, our Qian is truly talented. If the film industry is handed over to her, even if she can't handle it, I can assist her. We are not that much worse than Mr. Ma." Ma Yun's face turned pale, and he began to tremble with anger. Qin Fei disregarded his expression and, to provoke him further, pulled Liu Yifei closer to his side. With a friendly tone, he said, "Qian, have you ever thought about being the head of Alibaba Pictures? Don't worry, even if you can't manage it, I can find a few assistants to help you. At that time, I'll give you 10 of the shares and dividends. You'll just be watching over this company." Liu Yifei didn't know how to respond. After all, she knew that the total value of this film industry exceeded 100 billion renminbi. If Qin Fei wanted to sell, others would definitely pay 100 billion renminbi to acquire it. 10% of 100 billion renminbi is 10 billion renminbi. Suddenly receiving 10 billion renminbi in shares. How could she not be shocked? She opened her mouth wide, looking at Qin Fei with a cute expression. "Godfather, you're not lying to me, are you?" Qin Fei laughed heartily and replied, "How could I lie to you? You come to manage it. Even if you don't understand, it's still better than someone else. At least, with you watching over my company, it won't suddenly disappear." After saying this, he glanced at Ma Yun, who was not far away. This time, Ma Yun was truly anxious. Knowing that Qin Fei was serious, he quickly stepped forward again. Raising his hand, he slapped himself again. "Mr. Qin, I know I was wrong. I guarantee this won't happen again. From today on, I will honestly help you expand the market and manage our Alibaba business. I swear, I will never do anything like this again." He looked at him with urgency, clearly extremely nervous. Seeing this capital mogul so anxious was quite amusing to Qin Fei, especially seeing the other party's face swollen from self-inflicted slaps. He smirked and said, "Mr. Ma, your apology lacks sincerity. Just 2 slaps? Do you think that can compensate for my losses this time?" Hearing Qin Fei's words, Ma Yun's face changed. The next second, gritting his teeth, he raised his hand again. He slapped himself fiercely. This time, the sound was loud and clear, indicating he was putting in a lot of effort. Qin Fei watched with a satisfied smile, seeing the other party's face swollen from the slaps. He then waved his hand to signal him to stop. "Not bad. It seems Mr. Ma is quite sincere in his apology." Ma Yun lowered his hands, feeling the pain in his cheeks. Although his face was numb from the pain, he was still excited to see Qin Fei's expression soften. He originally thought Qin Fei would forgive him. Little did he know that the next sentence would make him want to vomit blood. "I will still give you a chance to prove yourself, but you don't need to be the head of Alibaba Pictures anymore. I plan to hand that over to Qian. She will be the head, and she will have 10 of the shares, the same as you. Now, aside from me, she will be the main person in charge, and you won't need to manage it anymore." Ma Yun felt suffocated, not expecting that his self-slapping would amount to nothing. Only the stern expression on Qin Fei's face left him feeling apprehensive. "At the same time, I will still give you a chance to prove yourself. You will still be in charge of Alibaba, but if anything happens in the future, you won't be responsible for it anymore." After all, Qin Fei was the largest shareholder and held the most shares on the contract, and he could replace Ma Yun at any time. If the other party could drive him away, he could also kick him out. If it weren't for the lack of suitable candidates, he would have kicked him out immediately. He planned to let the other party continue until he found a suitable person. At that time, he would kick him out without giving him any power. Ma Yun lowered his head, not daring to say a word. After all, the control was entirely in Qin Fei's hands. After Qin Fei made all these decisions, he waved his hand to let him leave. Ma Yun left in a dejected manner, now completely deflated, having been thoroughly subdued by Qin Fei. This experience would likely leave him with psychological trauma, making it impossible for him to dare to resist Qin Fei in the future. He realized his own weakness, not daring to underestimate his younger boss because of his age. Once Ma Yun left, Liu Yifei suddenly realized that she had become the highest-ranking person in charge of Alibaba Pictures, and she was the happiest. Ignoring Liu's mother beside her, she jumped into Qin Fei's arms and began to act cute. "Wow, boss brother, You're so nice, I love you so much. I will definitely help you manage the company well. Mommy, I'm a little rich woman worth billions now. So awesome. Boss Brother's so good to us. Lu's mother is also very happy, suddenly getting 10 of Alibaba Pictures shares. Her daughter has truly surpassed the billion mark. This is all thanks to Qin Fei. He gave them everything. Seeing her daughter getting along well with Qin Fei, she is very excited. This is exactly what she wanted to see. She wants her daughter to continue to befriend Qin Fei. Who knows, one day her daughter might become Qin Fei's wife. Then their good days will truly come. Not to mention a billion worth. Even a trillion or 10 trillion could be achieved. She doesn't dare to estimate Qin Fei's worth. In her eyes, over 10 trillion is certain, and maybe even tens of trillions. Qin Fei also doesn't avoid suspicion. Feeling Lu Yifei's intimacy, he smiles gently and hugs her. He says to Lu's mother before leaving with Lu Yifei, I have some matters to discuss with Qian regarding Alibaba Pictures. After today, I will help her arrange an assistant, and you can help her manage it then. From now on, my Alibaba Pictures will be handed over to her. Lu Yifei intimately hugs his arm, sticking close to him. Lu's mother sees all of this and doesn't say anything, just nods in agreement, her face full of smiles, only caring about that 10 stake in Alibaba Pictures. She has no idea where Qin Fei is taking her daughter. After Qin Fei leaves with Lu Yifei, a phone call is made to have the company send a car for pickup. Once in the car, he directly calls a taxi to Zhao Liying's place. The two women already know each other and are quite familiar. Moreover, their relationship is quite intimate, which gives Qin Fei many games he wants to play and various achievements he wants to unlock. Holding the girl tightly in his arms, feeling her intimacy, obedient and gentle. Qin Fei enjoys all of this. He knows Lu Yifei's obedience cannot be refused. As for Zhao Liying, even if she wanted to refuse, it wouldn't be possible. Both women love him so much. His title as a star hunter is truly well-deserved. Who can make such a fairy star so devoted? The sweet calls of daddy make Qin Fei feel very interesting, and his interest has greatly increased. Chapter 111. Wanting a limited edition supercar, waking up early in the morning. Qin Fei had breakfast with the two women. After a night of close bonding, Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying had become good friends who could talk about anything. The closeness of their relationship made Qin Fei unable to believe it. Of course, this was something only he could achieve. No one else could even think about it. Because of his youth and wealth, both women knew it was impossible to monopolize him, which allowed them to get along harmoniously, especially since there weren't many conflicts of interest between them. Lu Yifei, not wanting too much, was just happy to accompany Qin Fei for a close breakfast, feeding him eggs and enjoying the couple's intimacy. Qin Fei enjoyed it, eating the food Lu Yifei handed him while Zhao Liying watched him with amusement. He spoke directly. By the way, I plan to give 10 of Alibaba Pictures shares to Xiang. I'll let her manage Alibaba Pictures in the future. As for that guy named Ma, we can't drive him away yet, but we can find someone to gradually replace him. Zhao Liying nodded, discussing this matter seriously. Yes, Alibaba Pictures has a great future, and it can't be left to that guy. Giving it to Xiang is a good idea. If anything goes wrong, I can help her. As for Alibaba, I'll find a few CEOs to keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't cause any trouble. Now he wanted to gradually strip power from Ma Yun. Even if the other party could stand in the spotlight as the founder and owner of Alibaba, behind the scenes, he wouldn't give him any real power. He would find several people to slowly dig away at the other party's authority, until the other party realized they were nothing, and even if Ma Yun wanted to resist, he wouldn't be able to. But one must know how powerful Qin Fei was. Even Zhongying and Huai were no match for him. How could Ma Yun possibly resist? In the end, Zhao Liying had to handle the recruitment of CEOs. After speaking, she stood up, leaned in to kiss Qin Fei on the cheek, and left a parting line, "Darling, I'll come back to accompany you tonight." After turning to leave, Zhao Liying contacted her assistant. As the head of Qin's entertainment in the mainland, besides being a big star, she also helped Qin Fei manage many affairs of the Qin group. Watching Zhao Liying leave with her impressive demeanor, Lu Yifei turned to Qin Fei and acted cute. "Godfather, I heard that Sister Zhao has your little baby, and she likes children too." Qin Fei laughed heartily. "All right, when the time comes, I'll have you help me have one too. Then you and Liying can be godmothers to each other." Lu Yifei's eyes lit up with excitement. clearly thrilled by the idea. Thank you, Godfather. I love you so much. Speaking sincerely, Qin Fei realized that every woman would genuinely fall in love with him. Being young and rich felt so delightful. At noon, Qin Fei didn't forget to check the performance of the mainland A shares. After the financial crisis passed, the Shanghai and Shenzhen A indices rose sharply. This crisis had brought about new opportunities. Many stocks saw significant increases, with Mutai being particularly impressive, rising from 100 yuan to 1,500 yuan. It was still rapidly increasing and might even break the 2,000 yuan mark. This meant that one lot would cost 200,000 RMB, and very few stocks could compete with Mutai in the A-share market. The products produced by Mutai had great collectible value. In fact, even buying a few bottles of Mutai to keep at home and selling them later might earn more than the increase in Mutai's stock price. Investing in Mutai's physical products could yield substantial profits, let alone the stocks. The prospect of breaking 2,000 yuan was hopeful. After receiving today's predictions, Qin Fei directly forecasted Mutai's trend. He planned to withdraw 10 billion renminbi to buy a lot of Mutai. Earning a little money would help support two big stars. With two big stars, he needed a lot of money to maintain them. If he didn't earn more, how could he support his women? Buying Mutai as it rose. He purchased at the lowest price of 1,300 yuan, and today it fluctuated to more than 20. This meant it broke 1,500 yuan, and it might continue to rise tomorrow. One didn't need prediction abilities to know that. Mutai's increase was indeed fierce, and breaking 2,000 yuan was very likely. Having only bought 10 billion renminbi, Qin Fei felt it was too little and contemplated whether to add another 10 billion renminbi to increase his position. Lu Yifei gently pushed the room door open, walked in, and brightened up when she saw him. Without thinking, she sat in his lap, hugging his arm. This big star was indeed very clingy, despite her aloof demeanor on TV. Once she got familiar with someone, she was definitely outgoing and particularly lively. Godfather, what are you doing? Are you looking at stocks? How much did you invest in Mutai stocks? 10 billion renminbi. Wow, that is a lot of money. Oh, the stock is rising nicely, already up 10. Did you make 1 billion already? Easily raking in 1 billion. Qin Fei smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist intimately. Yes, Xiang, what gift you want? You and your mother don't have a car in Beijing and Shenzhen. How about I buy you a car? A limited edition luxury car. You can choose whatever you want. Hearing Qin Fei's words, Lu Yifei's eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. She looked at him with an indescribably radiant smile. Really, Godfather? You're so nice. I love Ferraris. I know the latest Ferrari LaFerrari is beautiful. Godfather, I want this latest Ferrari LaFerrari. After saying that, Lu Yifei specially took out her smartphone and showed him a picture of the Ferrari, placing it in front of him for him to see. After taking a look, Qin Fei realized it was the latest LaFerrari released abroad, priced at $8 million. That's a whopping 45 million renminbi. The price was indeed high, something ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine. However, Lu Yifei liked it very much and looked at him with expectation. How could Qin Fei possibly refuse? The look in her eyes made him feel very affectionate, and he smiled gently. All right, let me operate on the Shanghai and Shenzhen A-share 300 index again, and I'll call to set it up for you. Lu Yifei cheered, kissed him, and didn't he intend to get up, watching him operate. Qin Fei didn't stop her. After getting the prediction for the Shanghai and Shenzhen A-share 300 index, he withdrew 100 billion renminbi from his Hong Kong account. He transferred it into his A-share trading account, a total of 100 billion renminbi. The countless zeros made Lu Yifei's eyes widen in admiration, especially when she noticed that Qin Fei's single operation had successfully bought on the rise from 3,900 points to 4,000 points. He made a 10 profit. A single profit was actually 10 billion renminbi, which could buy several LaFerraris. Overjoyed, she cheered first, her face full of excitement. Wow, Godfather is amazing. You made 10 billion in one go. This could buy hundreds of Ferraris. Can I also get a Maserati Quattraport? Unexpectedly, this girl actually liked luxury cars. Seeing herself earning money, she wanted another Maserati, which also cost 30 million renminbi, and she even showed him the picture. Clingy, she said. This Maserati S200 is also very good looking. I really like it. Hee. I'll drive a Maserati for my mom in the future. Is that okay? I like these two cars, and my mom needs a car too. Qin Fei laughed heartily, without any hesitation. All right, don't mention just two cars. I can afford even more. I'll directly help you and your mommy order one each. Lu Yifei cheered with joy, surprised that this girl was so interested in cars. Who would have thought this big star was also a car enthusiast? Looking at the photos on her phone, she was filled with admiration and could hardly wait to get her luxury car. After all, she had gotten her driver's license, but had yet to drive a car. Her mother wouldn't let her drive, and whenever they went out, it was always her agent behind the wheel. Although being driven around was nice. Who would want their own luxury car? Not just men, women also love having their own garage. A limited edition Ferrari or a Maserati. Which woman wouldn't love that? Lu Yifei admired Qin Fei's operations immensely, finally understanding why her godfather was so impressive. With such wealth, the amount of capital others used for a single operation was in the hundreds of billions RMB. A rise and fall could yield a revenue of 20 billion renminbi. In about an hour of operations, he directly used 100 billion renminbi to earn a profit of 80 billion renminbi. The account balance increased to 185.2 billion renminbi. Having made so much money, Qin Fei naturally wanted to help the big star in his arms fulfill her hobbies and check the phone number of a nearby luxury car dealership in Beijing. He made a call and directly reserved two cars that Lu Yifei liked, asking them to deliver to his villa. After Qin Fei finished the call and put down his phone, Lu Yifei was all smiles, grabbing Qin Fei's hand and wanted to take him to see the cars. Godfather, come with me, hee. I'll take you for a ride. My driving skills are actually pretty good. It's just that my mommy never lets me drive. Let us go for a ride. How about a date? Hearing her mention a date and a ride, Qin Fei smiled and readily agreed. After all, the sale of Matai stocks would proceed tomorrow, and having already made hundreds of billions RMB today, he had earned enough. Standing up, he accompanied Lu Yifei outside, and it wasn't long before they saw the luxury car convoy delivering the cars. It was quite a spectacle, as the buyer of such limited edition luxury cars. It was typical to have a large convoy escorting them. The manager in charge had already prepared the contract and the car purchase ceremony, even bringing along the ribbon for the grand opening. As soon as they got out of the car, he greeted with a bright smile. May I ask, is Ms. Lu Yifei here? Lu Yifei stepped forward. That's me. Excited, she pulled Qin Fei along, and when her starry face appeared, the other party was astonished, utterly impressed. They couldn't believe that it was the fairy star, Lu Yifei. Chapter 112. Lu Qianqian wants a baby. No wonder we were able to reserve two limited edition treasures from our car dealership. We specially brought them over for you. Here's the contract. You can take a look. Lu Yifei waved her hand and smiled. My godfather sent them to me. Can you help me sign the contract? Qin Fei chuckled, grabbing Lu Yifei's hand and stepping forward to sign the contract. He now realized that Lu Yifei was getting more and more familiar with calling him that title. She liked to call him that whenever someone was around. This girl really has an outgoing personality. She is fearless when it comes to embarrassment. After signing the contract, Qin Fei paid 80 million renminbi, and Lu Yifei eagerly took out the key to the Ferrari LaFerrari. She pulled Qin Fei and jumped in a car. Wanted to take it for a test drive and enjoy a ride. Godfather, let's go out and play. I want to go to the beach. I'll take you for a drive. Let us go on a date at the beach. The beach will definitely be beautiful in the afternoon. I want to collect seashells. This big star still had the personality of a little girl, impatiently wanting to drive him to the beach for fun. Qin Fei sat in the passenger seat, watching Lu Yifei fumble around in the driver's seat of the sports car, clearly different from her usual vehicle. If he didn't give her some guidance, she wouldn't know how to drive it at all, so he had to personally instruct her. The driving mode of a supercar is different from a regular car. You have to do this first to start it. All right, now you try. With hands-on guidance, Lu Yifei quickly learned how to drive the luxury car. With her foot on the accelerator, she hit the road. The big star was thrilled. Once on the road, she completely opened the car hood, transforming it into convertible mode, which made her even more excited. Qin Fei didn't expect this big star to love to have fun so much. She didn't even care about being seen by passers-by. But one must know, with her fairy-like face, she could be recognized at a glance. Driving down the road, she attracted quite a crowd. Many onlookers were amazed to see Lu Yifei driving a sports car. Isn't that our big star, Lu Yifei? Who is she with? Her boyfriend? Wow, Liu Yifei's luxury car is so cool. And her boyfriend is kind of handsome too. It really is Liu Yifei. I love your TV dramas. I'm your fan. Some passersby even called out directly, which made Liu Yifei smile and wave. There was none of the coldness of TV shows and movies. A group of onlookers pulled out their phones to take pictures. Liu Yifei's smile grew even brighter. Hee hee, Godfather, it seems I'm quite famous now. I just realized I have so many admirers. I'm already a big star. The expression of disbelief on her face made Qin Fei laugh. If this fairy like Liu didn't count as a big star, then who would? Her pure and beautiful face was her trademark. Wherever she went, she attracted attention. Liu Yifei probably didn't even realize how great her charm was. Originally, she lacked confidence in her looks, but now, driving a luxury car all the way, she understood that she had quite a few fans. When they stopped at a red light, some people approached her for autographs and photos. She was amazed and surprised. Wow, Godfather, so many people are asking for my autograph. Am I really that famous here? Qin Fei chuckled and said, your fame has already surpassed the second tier. Just with that face of yours. Who in the country wouldn't recognize you? Hearing Qin Fei's words, Liu Yifei was even happier. She leaned over and affectionately said, am I really that pretty? Hee hee, now I know that as long as you like it, that's enough. How could Qin Fei not like it? He gently touched her beautiful face, wanting to treasure it as his personal possession. It would be best to keep it safe. He really liked it, after all. This was a beautiful face that only he could appreciate and enjoy. Of course, no one else could touch it. Liu Yifei was happily driving the supercar, circling around the area for a while. Finally, when they reached the beach, she didn't forget to pull Qin Fei along to collect seashells. Qin Fei watched her childlike excitement and smiled as he followed behind her. Stepping onto the hot sand of this paved beach, there were not many people around. However, quite a few still noticed Liu Yifei. From time to time, someone would approach for an autograph, and Liu Yifei was not annoyed at all. Instead, she happily greeted everyone. Who knew this girl had such a great personality? In the end, after collecting quite a few seashells, she planned to take them all back. Qin Fei found it amusing and said, I didn't expect you to like seashells. Can these compare to those designer handbags? Liu Yifei, however, was very fond of them, looking at the pile in her hands, and said happily, I think these seashells are even prettier. Thank you for coming with me, Godfather. I had so much fun today. I'll definitely make a lot of movies and TV shows for you in the future, helping you earn lots and lots of money. Qin Fei was very satisfied, feeling that he hadn't wasted his gift of the car, bringing her up like this. The obedient Liu Yifei was definitely his money tree. When they returned, Liu Yifei immediately told Zhao Lying about Qin Fei gifting her 2 supercars. Zhao Lying was envious and smiled, wow, I don't even have a limited edition supercar. Qian, your car is better than mine. I really envy you. Qin Fei stepped forward and gently said, if you like it, I can buy you one too. Zhao Lying shook her head and said casually, no need. I prefer to buy things with my own money. I already have a car that I can drive. I'll just buy another one later. Zhao Lying still preferred to earn money to buy things for herself. She was already capable of making a good income and could afford a sports car. Qin Fei didn't say much. Anyway, when the company profits were distributed, Zhao Lying would definitely get a good salary. Zhao Lying had already found several CEOs, organized the information, and handed it to him. By the way, I found a few company executives. Take a look. After saying that, she handed over the documents. These were lists that Zhao Lying obtained through recruitment, many of whom were graduates from prestigious universities with considerable work experience. Qin Fei took the documents and reviewed them. Upon seeing one person, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. He truly couldn't hold back his laughter. You really found a great candidate. Zhao Lying looked curious, but didn't know why Qin Fei was laughing. What's wrong? Is the person I found not good? If you don't like them, I can find someone else to replace him. We have plenty of candidates wanting to join our company. Qin Fei shook his head, still smiling, and said, no, I think he is just perfect. The candidate's name was Huang Zhun. To say he was unknown now would be true. However, he founded a company called Pinduoduo 10 years later, which became famous in the mainland and could compete with Alibaba. Now, he was recruited into Zhao Lying's company, about to be replaced by him as Ma Yun's successor. This was indeed interesting, He never expected to get this guy hired in his company. With a radiant smile, he planned to meet this person. This guy was very interesting. He would personally meet him at the company for a discussion. Zhao Liying readily agreed and arranged this matter for Qin Fei. Once Qin Fei confirmed this, he gently took her hand and said, "You worked hard these past few days. By the way, if you're feeling unwell, make sure to rest a bit. Now, you are a top star and don't need to work too hard. After all, I can still support you." He really cares for the other person, and of course, he also feels for the flesh in her belly. Feeling Qin Fei's caring gaze, Zhao Liying felt that everything she was doing was worth it, and she smiled slightly. "It's okay. I'm not too tired right now, and I can still move. I'm afraid that in a few months, I won't be able to move anymore. By then, there will be plenty of time to rest." After saying this, she raised her hand and touched her belly. Lu Yifei, who was beside her, also smiled and couldn't help but interject. "Yes, by then, Sister Zhao's belly will be big, and she won't even be able to work if she wants to. At that time, there will really be so much time to rest." Zhao Liying looked at Qin Fei with a smile, and Qin Fei nodded. Mentioning this matter, he asked Zhao Liying about her plans. "Where do you plan to have the baby, in the mainland, in Hong Kong? Or have you considered going to the lighthouse country to give birth? If you want to go, I can help you arrange it. Everything must be planned well. After all, it's her own flesh and blood." Zhao Liying thought of a place and said directly, "I don't plan to go abroad. I plan to stay in the mainland. I want to go to Sanya. The environment there is nice. I can have a baby there, and I love watching the sea." Hearing that she wants to go to Sanya, Qin Fei also planned to make arrangements. "All right, then I'll buy a few villas so you can take care of yourself. Buying a few is a must. You can rotate living in them to avoid being seen and affecting your identity." Zhao Liying knew that he would take care of everything. And as she gently leaned closer, she smiled and said, "I'm not afraid of being discovered. It would be better if I were. I believe you won't be irresponsible. You definitely won't run away." After saying this, she looked at him seriously with trusting eyes. Qin Fei smiled and said, "Not necessarily, by then. Maybe you won't be making money, and I'll abandon you and your child." Zhao Liying pouted and said playfully, "You dare?" Their relationship made Lu Yifei, who was beside them, envious, especially of Zhao Liying's belly. She looked at her own flat stomach and suddenly wanted one too. After all, Qin Fei can really support child. And a child means a happy future. The support money Qin Fei would provide would definitely exceed her imagination. Chapter 113. A salary of 1 million at the headquarters of Alibaba, which has now been moved by Qin Fei to the Qinshe Group building in Beijing. He did not obtain Ma Yun's permission and directly enforced the transfer. Alibaba was merged into the Qinshe Group headquarters, and the online shopping development department of Alibaba was also relocated to the Qinshe Group. The employees were confused about why such a significant change was taking place. A group of them was directly transported from another office location to Beijing, arriving here by car. This was their first time meeting the major shareholder behind Alibaba. They heard was the sole owner of the entire Alibaba enterprise. No one else was allowed to intervene. It was genuinely a one-person control of the company. Now even the founder, Boss Ma, had been sidelined. The employees were still discussing among themselves, unaware of why they had changed companies. "Mr. Qin is too domineering. He changed our company location without any prior notice. I had to travel from my original city here without any warning." One of them exclaimed, "Yes, he sent a car to pick us up and helped us buy plane tickets. This clearly shows he doesn't regard us as important." Another added, "I feel like this capitalist sees us as mere goods, not as people. Anyway, I firmly resist anyone besides Boss Ma overseeing our Taobao. How could we possibly let someone else take over?" A group of people looked serious and sternly at Qin Fei, clearly intending to stand with the founder, Ma Yun. Even Ma Yun himself had a smug smile on his face, proud as the founder of Alibaba. Many people followed him, and it was natural for the employees to trust him, no matter how much capital Qin Fei had. As long as these employees stood behind him and shared in the company's fate, he could not be ousted. If pressed hard enough, he could simply take the entire team and start a new shopping platform, which was not out of the question. He looked on with a cold smile, eager to see Qin Fei fail. However, Qin Fei remained calm, listening to the commotion, and simply stated, "I understand that you don't know me and prefer to follow your original boss Ma. I can understand that. However, I want you to listen to my words. You will definitely understand who I am and will surely stand on my side. The group looked puzzled, not understanding why Qin Fei said this. Someone shouted, "We absolutely resist changing the management of Alibaba and changing companies. We don't need a new location or new people. Yes, we strongly resist. I want to go back to the original office." The group continued their uproar. Qin Fei was not angry. He scanned the crowd with a serious expression and said, "Oh, if you go back, you will get high treatment. Do you know that the current Alibaba does not offer high welfare and benefits? Think about how many overtime hours you work every day to earn your current salary. Have you not worked enough overtime?" The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless by Qin Fei's words. After all, in network operations, there had never been a time without overtime. Under Boss Ma's leadership, the work hours had indeed been like a 007 situation. They had always thought this was a given, but now, Qin Fei was expressing deep regret. Have you considered that in a month, you hardly get any vacation? You often work overtime without extra pay. This is what it means to work for your boss. He profits immensely and tells you that you must work overtime every day, cannot take breaks, and have to stay at the company, leaving you no time to rest. And you are willing to follow such a boss? Qin Fei pointed at someone nearby with disdain, causing Ma Yun to look pale. He trembled all over, nearly spitting blood from anger, but he couldn't say a word. If an ordinary employee dared to challenge him like this, he would have kicked them out of the company immediately. But Qin Fei was different. He was his boss, and he didn't dare to argue back. Qin Fei's words changed the expressions of the people in front of him. They recalled their own treatment and suddenly realized that their efforts for the company seemed to have only led to their exploitation. They had helped the company reach its current level, but had the benefits improved? No. The salary levels for some IT employees were less than 10,000, only around 3,000 to 5,000 RMB. The disparity between their salaries and the work they did was stark. They often had no time to go home due to overtime. Getting one day off a week was considered good. They had never thought about this before, as many other large companies operated similarly. But now that Qin Fei pointed it out, they felt like they were living like dogs. They could only see Qin Fei in front of them, serious and earnest. He directly promised, "I can guarantee that your work hours will not be 007 or 996, but 885. You will get off work at 8 p.m. on the dot every day. No one is allowed to stay in the company after 8 p.m., and I can also guarantee at least 2 days off a week with no overtime." The crowd was dumbfounded, looking at him in disbelief. What kind of boss? What kind of shareholder was this? 996 was considered good, but here he was offering an 885 work schedule. This was what they had dreamed of, something they had never even dared to imagine. Now that Qin Fei had spoken it aloud, they were completely stunned and could hardly believe it. Qin Fei's gaze and expression told them that this was all real. "I have no reason to deceive you. I am a shareholder of the company, and my words are absolute. I can be trusted, but can he? Why do you choose to believe him and not me?" He pointed at Ma Yun, who now wished he could vanish. The employees instantly reacted. As a shareholder, Qin Fei could not possibly deceive them. His words carried more weight than Ma Yun's. Every ordinary employee wanted better treatment. Good treatment was far more important than anything else. It was much better than empty promises. Some were already somewhat swayed, looking at Qin Fei, and for a moment the surroundings fell silent. Even the sound of someone swallowing was loud. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak up. "Mr. Qin, you're not lying to us, right? If that's the case, will our salaries decrease?" "Yes. Are you trying to cut our salaries with these promises?" They were still concerned about the salary issue, which was the biggest problem. They thought that Qin Fei offering such generous benefits was just a ploy to reduce their salaries. Little did they know, Qin Fei firmly and decisively replied, "Your salaries will not change, and your bonuses will increase. I will prepare a benefit for outstanding employees. That is the profit-sharing dividends from our Alibaba group. I will give you a percentage of the profit share, which can elevate your salary to a new level." Everyone was stunned, completely unable to believe Qin Fei's words. What did this mean? They, as employees, could actually receive the dividends that only the boss would have. This was company profit sharing. Now, even though Alibaba had not fully developed yet, the company's profits started at hundreds of millions a year. If Qin Fei was truly willing to distribute dividends, a profit of 10 billion renminbi, even if only a tiny fraction is distributed, still amounts to quite a substantial bonus. Their faces were all stunned, completely unexpected that such a good thing could happen. Of course, this kind of dividend system doesn't exist now, but in the future, it will definitely be a benefit for many companies. As long as one becomes a senior executive or an outstanding employee, they can receive these stock dividends. Otherwise, how do those employees with annual salaries of 1 million come about? It's precisely through the company's dividend income that such high salaries are achieved. Right now, no company owner would do this. Qin Fei has truly pioneered a new path, energizing a group of employees all at once. Each one, with an excited expression, exclaimed, "Wow, are we really getting dividends? Did I hear that right? Our major investor, the big boss, is really something else, way better than Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma only gives us a fixed salary and even cuts our overtime pay, unlike Mr. Qin, who is so generous and really wants to share the profits with us. If there are stock dividends, we could definitely exceed 1 million in annual salary. 1 million annual salary. Which company can match that?" Their faces were filled with anticipation, knowing that Qin Fei's words promised future million-dollar salaries. Qin Fei always keeps his word, and even directly doubled the salaries and bonuses of several outstanding employees. He quickly gained the praise of all Alibaba employees. Many clapped and cheered continuously. "Long live Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is amazing. Mr. Qin, I love you. Wow, following Mr. Qin is way better than Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma is too stingy. Don't forget, Mr. Qin is from Hong Kong. Others invest in Alibaba. But it's not just Alibaba. They might not even rely on Alibaba for profit. Indeed, I heard Mr. Qin is into finance and stocks. If others want Alibaba's listed stock price, they wouldn't care about this little salary." Exactly. Qin Fei wouldn't care about Alibaba's small profits. What he wants is to wait for Alibaba to go public and sell stock at a high price. That could earn a lot of money. Unlike Ma Yun, who relies on Alibaba's revenue to make money, the gap is widening. Now, with Qin Fei's treatment and work hours, he has secured all the employees. No employee is willing to stand on the other side to speak against him. They all tacitly accepted the company's adjustments. Chapter 114. The genius founder of Pinduoduo, Qin Fei, returned to the office and sat down, looking at a person not far away. The other party's face was pale, head down, not daring to say a word, and the once somewhat arrogant demeanor had completely disappeared. With a look of discomfort and immense pain, he ultimately resigned to his fate. Looking at Qin Fei, he forced a smile, still wanting a bit of authority. "Mr. Qin, now that the company has moved here, the employees have become part of your Qin group. I hope that in the future, I can still be in charge of Alibaba. After all, I built it from scratch. I hope you could give me a bit of power." The other party was now begging for power, putting on a pitiful act. Qin Fei sneered, looking coldly at him, and said icily, "Mr. Ma, did you think about the current outcome when you sought to seize shares of Alibaba Pictures?" Ma Yin trembled all over, realizing that Qin Fei had no intention of letting him off the hook. He was probably still looking to continue tormenting him. Gritting his teeth, he said with a serious expression, "Mr. Qin, the company cannot do without me. The company, including Taobao and the payment platform, was built by me. It can be said that without me, it cannot continue to operate, and no one in the entire company can replace my position." The other party looked back at him with arrogance, clearly confident in his abilities. This statement was not wrong, after all. Alibaba's development was indeed due to his operations and management. If it weren't for his undeniable capability, Taobao would have long been surpassed by JD. Ma Yun's strength was unquestionable, and it was only natural that no one could surpass his position in the company. No one could replace him. That was his final confidence. Qin Fei watched with a faint smile, not saying much. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. He picked up the phone and heard the receptionist notifying him that someone was coming to see him, which made a smile appear on his lips. "Yes, let him come to my office. I happen to have something to discuss with him." After hanging up the phone, he looked at the proud Ma Yun and said, "You say no one can replace you, but that's not necessarily true. Someone is coming over who is even better than you." Ma Yun's expression changed to disbelief, not understanding who this person was, as he stood not far away, looking at Qin Fei with a complex expression, staring at the door. In less than 10 minutes, The office door was pushed open, and someone walked in. The person was Huang Zhen, whom Zhao Liang had recruited for him, the future founder of Pinduoduo. Huang Zhen was very young, not yet 30 years old, and of course, he had not yet thought about Pinduoduo. When he saw Ma Yun, he was visibly excited. He stepped forward, wanted to shake hands and greet him. Mr. Ma, I didn't expect to see you here. That's great. I'm your fan. Your founding of Taobao is simply amazing. You are the most impressive person in the entrepreneurial world. I have always admired you. Ma Yun snorted coldly and didn't even look at him. After all, he knew why Qin Fei had called this person over. How could he give a good face to someone who was coming to seize his position? With a cold gaze, he provoked Huang Zhen, who awkwardly touched his nose, not daring to say a word. With a bitter smile, he could only greet Qin Fei. Hello, Mr. Qin. Thank you for this opportunity. I will definitely work closely with Mr. Ma and strive together. This guy probably misunderstood something, truly believing that joining the company was to be Ma Yun's assistant and to work together to build the company. Qin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. Looking serious as he said, Huang Zhen, you are mistaken. I didn't bring you into the company to collaborate with Mr. Ma. I intend for you to replace him. Huang Zhen's expression changed, shock written all over his face, unable to believe Qin Fei's words. He truly hadn't expected that joining the company meant replacing Ma Yun. How could he dare to believe Qin Fei? But a glance at his idol, who was looking distressed and angry, made him realize that Qin Fei was not joking. He really intended to replace his idol. He couldn't help but stammer, boss, I'm not here to collaborate with Mr. Ma. I just returned from abroad and have only a few years of work experience. Replacing Mr. Ma, it's a bit inappropriate, right? Qin Fei looked approvingly at him and said, Don't worry, besides you, there are 2 other CEOs. The 3 of you together can still replace his position. Huang Zhen was filled with bitter laughter. Qin Fei was clearly saying he would replace Ma Yun right in front of the ladder. He was extremely frustrated, not knowing he would encounter such a situation. His idol was now furious, unable to hold back any longer, stepping forward and pointing a finger at him with gritted teeth. He opened his mouth to shout, What qualifications do you have to replace me? Mr. Qin, do you really think this guy could take my place? I think you've misjudged the person. What can he do? How could he possibly be better than me? This garbage, is he even worthy? The other party was unconvinced. And Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh at Ma Yun's exasperated expression. He didn't explain much, but turned to Huang Zhen and said, Look, your idol doesn't even believe in you or recognize you. If you don't show some capability, he's likely to continue mocking you, thinking you're just garbage unworthy of comparison with him. At that moment, Huang Zhen, already quite angry despite being in front of his idol, couldn't tolerate being insulted. Furious, he confronted Ma Yun directly. Mr. Ma, I have always respected you, but I didn't expect you to look down on others so much. Your Taobao is indeed impressive, but your management methods still have problems. You haven't fully opened up the market. In fact, your e-commerce platform is still the strongest. Ma Yun sneered, hearing his words with disdain, not taking them to heart at all. Stop pretending here. You say my e-commerce platform has problems? What problems? Just say it. Huang Zhen, with confidence, had actually been thinking about this idea for a long time. Now that he had the opportunity, he boldly spoke out. Your e-commerce prices are too high. The basic prices start at dozens of yuan, and the main products are also in the dozens. Those who can afford these are generally middle class. You've overlooked the lowest tier, which is the sinking market. In fact, once transportation is opened up, items could be sold online for just a few yuan. Ma Yun was taken aback, unable to believe what the other party was saying, looking at him in shock. Seeing his confidence, saying that even items could be sold online for a few yuan, his expression changed, considering the possibility. He had to admit that Huang Zhen made a lot of sense. As his expression shifted, Huang Zhen continued. At the same time, there are also promotional methods. I think the current promotions are too rigid. In fact, we could hold an invitation event. This way, we provide a link for the event, saying that if you invite a few people, you can get a few hundred yuan in bonuses or free gifts. This is called a 100-person invitation interaction. Qin Fei was stunned, hearing what the other party said. He truly hadn't expected Huang Zhen to have come up with this. This was precisely what Pinduoduo was famous for. Thousands of people coming together to cut prices for free items, and yet they could never get their hands on them. Huang Zhen has now come up with an idea, and he continued with great enthusiasm. From the very beginning of our interaction, we let users have a 99% success rate in obtaining this prize, telling them that they're just missing that last one. At that point, I can amplify that one. Even if they invite a few people, the progress will increase by 0, 1, then by 0, 0, 1, encouraging them to continuously invite others. Qin Fei almost laughed. This guy is truly a genius. He really is impressive and can definitely compete with certain platforms. Once this activity theory came out, it was simply invincible. Even Ma Yun, who was not far away, was stunned. He never expected that e-commerce activities could be played like this. In this way, the cost of invitations could become very low, allowing one person to invite hundreds of friends and family to join. There would be no need for advertising to gain a wave of free publicity. The saved advertising expenses could be used to fight legal battles with users, even if users didn't receive the items. Suing them and compensating a little money wouldn't be a big deal. This left Ma Yun astonished, and he admired Huang Zhen, calling him a genius. He finally understood why Qin Fei wanted to hire him. The other party's capabilities were not much worse than his own, and when it came to this proposal, it surpassed his previous promotional models. He felt completely outmatched, and he thought this guy was indeed a genius. Qin Fei clapped his hands, beaming with a bright smile. Good job, Huang Zhen, you didn't disappoint me. Starting today, you are a member of the company, and I will also give you a certain share of bonuses. As long as you do well, 1 million annual salary will be a piece of cake. Huang Zhen became ecstatic. He couldn't control himself when Qin Fei offered 1 million annual salary. The average salary in Beijing is only about 3,000. With 1 million annual salary, why would he even start a business? Working under Qin Fei would be enough. He immediately agreed, while Ma Yun looked completely dejected. He realized that he had no value at all, with Qin Fei having such an impressive genius. He felt utterly dispensable. With a bitter smile, he looked at Qin Fei, now only able to plead for mercy. Mr. Qin, please give me another chance. Let me do anything. Just give me one more opportunity. The other party begged with near tears. Chapter 115, Let Some Horse Be a Courier. Qin Fei sneered, his expression icy, completely disregarding the other party. The other party knew this would be the outcome, so why bother in the first place? This guy's character was too poor. Continuing to stay in the company and being given important responsibilities was a huge risk, so he now needed to strip him of his power. He would give him a chance to resist it all. However, he still spoke up. Mr. Ma, how about this? You start from the bottom, working your way up. It wouldn't be bad to experience the grassroots level, and later on, you could even take on some delivery work. Being a courier for e-commerce isn't bad. After all, you still have over a dozen points of Alibaba Group's dividend shares. Even if you do nothing, you can earn a substantial amount in dividends each year. Ma Yun's face turned ugly. He never expected Qin Fei would make him a courier. He almost spat blood. Although he held shares in Alibaba and could earn billions of RMB in dividends each year, that was his limit. Anything beyond that was impossible. That meant his annual profit dividend was at 1 billion, which, at its peak, considering Qin Fei's personality, he would never let him take 1 billion. The maximum would probably be 500 million renminbi in dividends. 500 million renminbi. While already comparable to many large business tycoons and senior employees, how could that satisfy him? He had worked hard to establish Alibaba, originally planning to rely on its IPO dividends to become the richest man in China, controlling trillions of RMB in funds. He aimed for the Forbes Global Billionaire list. Now, he was left with only a 500 million renminbi dividend each year. How could he possibly make it onto Forbes? The trillion-dollar company he painstakingly built was taken away. How could he not be furious to the point of spitting blood? It was a miracle he didn't go mad. Now, he could only seek an opportunity to plead with Qin Fei for mercy and forgiveness to return to the company's upper management. After swallowing his anger, he finally came to terms with it. He looked serious and directly said, "All right, Mr. Qin, I'm willing to start from the bottom. I will be a courier. I will come up with a better plan. I want to be worse than him." He glanced at Huang Zhen beside him, intending to run deliveries. Qin Fei felt like laughing. He didn't expect this guy could endure it. No wonder he was a future tycoon on the Forbes list. If it were someone else, being asked to start from the bottom would have led to a fallout. But Ma Yun swallowed his pride, planning to find opportunities to rise again. As for whether he could rise, that depended on his own strength. If he could really climb up from the bottom, Qin Fei would still be willing to give him a chance. After all, that way, he would also be someone who could help his company make money. But now, Ma Yun had no value at all. He still favored Huang Zhun in front of him. He waved his hand, dismissing Ma Yun, and, as Ma Yun was leaving, he dropped a line that nearly made him stumble. "All right, Mr. Ma, you can go run deliveries now. We're having a secret meeting for upper management. We can't let ordinary grassroots people hear it. So make sure to lock the door when you leave." Ma Yun almost cried. He had gone from the highest position to the lowest, and Qin Fei's constant mention of grassroots was mocking him. Everything he did was self-inflicted, and he couldn't turn back even if he wanted to. Turning to leave, he firmly shut the door behind him. Meanwhile, Huang Zhun was still in a dreamlike state, not realizing that he had replaced his idol's position and become the main person in charge of the top e-commerce company. The shareholder, Mr. Qin, had high hopes for him. The look in his eyes made him realize he was undoubtedly the genuine CEO of Alibaba, soaring from being a small employee. An annual salary of over $1 million was certain, and even over $10 million was possible. He was very excited and incredibly grateful to Qin Fei in front of him. If it weren't for this wealthy Hong Kong businessman, he wouldn't have had such an opportunity to rise. Even though Qin Fei was very young, he was filled with admiration, looking at him earnestly, waiting for Qin Fei's instructions. Qin Fei was very satisfied with his gaze and calmly said, "Huang Zhun, you should know what you need to do now. I feel good about your promotional ideas, and I will give you the opportunity to do it. As long as you do well, your salary plus dividends will reach the level that Mr. Ma had." Huang Zhun's eyes lit up upon hearing Qin Fei's words. He clenched his fists, full of motivation. "Mr. Qin, I won't let you down. I will definitely show you results. I have long had a plan. In fact, we can create another platform outside of Alibaba, specifically for the lower tier market." This guy really had ideas. Qin Fei couldn't help but smile, pretending to be curious. "Oh," Huang Zhun shared all his thoughts. This platform would focus on group buying for small items under 10 renminbi, minimizing transportation costs. I even thought of a name, Pink Shi, and I believe this small platform will be not much worse than Taobao. He was very confident, and Qin Fei laughed, agreeing with his theory. Nodding, he said, "All right, I will give you 1 billion renminbi in initial funding to start it. 1 billion renminbi should be enough, right?" Huang Zhun didn't expect to receive such a large sum of funding all at once, and quickly nodded. "That's enough. It's completely sufficient. According to my plan, we won't need to spend much on advertising. All the money will just be for the app's operational costs. In fact, 500 million renminbi is enough. 1 billion renminbi will be enough to operate for several years. Early investment in Pink Shi wasn't actually that much. But who would have thought that such a minimally invested e-commerce platform could pull down the previously dominant e-commerce giant? The power of Pink Shi was incredible. So powerful that no other e-commerce platform could surpass it. And it was precisely because of this that Pink Shi alone made its founder a billionaire on the global list. These capitalists were all working under him, which amused Qin Fei, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Having these capable capitalists work for him was indeed an interesting thing. After handling the merger of the Qin Group into the Alibaba Group, all matters were settled. Although there were still a few dissatisfied employees, over 90 of the staff had accepted it, especially when Qin Fei introduced a work and rest schedule, strictly requiring employees to work according to it without forced overtime. With an 8-8-5 working schedule and guaranteed 2 days off, a group of employees was extremely excited. Just this one point made them accept the company's adjustments. Many also moved to Beijing and welcomed a new management. Mr. Ma was replaced by Huang Zhun, and they didn't have too many thoughts about it. After all, Mr. Ma's original benefits were not good, and knowing Qin Fei's welfare attitude, they were somewhat resistant towards Mr. Ma. Many were happy that Mr. Ma was dismissed. Hearing that Mr. Ma would become a grassroots courier, some couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, many were making sarcastic comments. Mr. Ma didn't know the hardships of grassroots workers. This time, he could personally experience it. "Yeah, Mr. Qin is really impressive, haha. Now I realize Mr. Ma was just exploiting us." Now that Mr. Ma was gone, running deliveries, he probably wouldn't have a single day off for a week. It would be exhausting. It was surprising that Mr. Ma could hold on. If it were me, I would have sold my shares and quit long ago. Others admire Mr. Ma for his ambitions. He has shares in the company, and in the future, the dividends could amount to hundreds of millions of RMB. How could he possibly sell out? Right now, he's delivering packages so he can later re-enter the upper management. I truly admire Mr. Ma. He is someone who accomplishes great things. A group of people burst into laughter. If Mr. Ma knew they were saying this about him, he might get so upset that he would end up in the hospital. The company employees absolutely recognize Qin Fei. Everyone appreciates the generous benefits he provides. When Qin Fei was leaving, some people followed him, respectfully bowing and greeting him as he departed. Take care, Mr. Qin. In the future, let's have dinner together. Our company has achieved success, and we haven't celebrated yet. Yes, we are very grateful for the generous treatment from Mr. Qin. We must treat him to a meal. Next time we have a company dinner, we'll just cover the costs. Mr. Qin, please be sure to grace us with your presence. Qin Fei smiled and readily agreed, beaming as he got into the company car. The driver took him back to his residence. In the car, Qin Fei took out his phone and called Zhao Liying to discuss the matters with Alibaba Group. At the same time, he wanted to learn more about the current situation at Qin's Entertainment, so he inquired about it with Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying mentioned something. The Huaxia Television Bureau wants to collaborate with us for an entertainment program. They asked if we are interested in joining in. Many TV stations are producing entertainment programs now, such as singing competitions and talent shows, which are very popular and receive a lot of attention in mainland entertainment since 2008. They want to discuss cooperation with him because he secured a deal with TVB, the wireless television station. So, they hope to collaborate with the Hong Kong television station to see if they can create new ratings together. Qin Fei readily agreed and planned to accompany Zhao Liying to the meeting. They arranged to meet with the person in charge of the Huaxia Television Bureau at the local television station. He asked the driver to take him there. Soon, they arrived at the destination, where Zhao Liying was already waiting. When Zhao Liying came out, she wore a light, thin dress that hugged her figure, and her graceful silhouette drew amazed looks from the staff leaving the television station. As someone in the entertainment industry, everyone knows Zhao Liying's identity. Wow, isn't that our big star, Zhao Liying, Miss Zhao? Miss Zhao's acting is truly impressive, and most importantly, she is backed by a major entertainment company in Hong Kong, and her fame is now on par with first-tier stars. Indeed, this is Miss Zhao's boyfriend. He looks really young, a handsome guy. Chapter 116. The founder of the singing show. Everyone looked at Zhao Liying in amazement as she hooked her arm around Qin Fei's and walked together intimately. Many people noticed this, especially the interview reporters from the television station, whose expressions changed unpredictably. They knew this was definitely big news. Who would have thought that the originally pure and innocent star, Zhao Liying, actually had a boyfriend long ago? Given the nature of their relationship, it was certainly not simple. Such a close posture clearly indicated that they had been dating for a long time. And who was this young man that made them even more astonished? Some junior reporters began to whisper among themselves. Who is this handsome guy? How could he be in a romantic relationship with Zhao Liying? His identity must be extraordinary, right? Don't you know? I heard he is a wealthy figure from Hong Kong, with considerable strength. I heard he is the head of TVB, that TVB in Hong Kong. Are you kidding? The head of TVB? This young guy is actually so significant. You can't be serious. If you don't believe it, fine. Otherwise, do you think Zhao Liying, such a big star, would casually date a man? One reporter fell silent. Everyone knew that a big star like Zhao Liying could not possibly date an ordinary person. This further proved that Qin Fei's identity was not ordinary. This time they came to the Huaxia television station for an important matter. After they entered, there was a special reception waiting for them, responsible for welcoming the two. They led them directly to the VIP room. Mr. Qin, our director has been waiting for you for a long time. We are very glad to invite you over this time. By the way, our director has one more thing to discuss with you, related to Miss Zhao. Qin Fei's expression changed. He didn't understand what it had to do with Zhao Liying. Could it be that they wanted Zhao Liying to join the entertainment program? If that were the case, it would make sense. After all, Zhao Liying's fame was significant, and it was only natural for a television station to invite her to participate in entertainment activities. He accompanied Zhao Liying to the VIP room and waited there. Not long after, Zhang Yishan, the head of the entertainment channel at Huaxia television station, arrived. As the person in charge of various entertainment programs, he had produced many famous shows, such as Where Did Baba Go? And Running Man, among others. This time, he specifically came to welcome the guest, knowing that Qin Fei was the head of TVB. This was very important. Who in Huaxia didn't know the strength of TVB a few years ago? The entertainment capital of Hong Kong, the power of TVB was known to many. Even if it was now a toothless tiger, it was still a tiger and still had quite a reputation in Hong Kong. Moreover, due to Qin Fei's involvement, the stock of TVB had soared several times under his influence. Zhang Yishan understood all of this, so he truly admired Qin Fei. At over 35 years old, he had secured a position as a director of entertainment programs at Huaxia television station, looking quite reputable. However, it had been very challenging for him in the past. He had received very few program planning opportunities. The television station required him to guarantee ratings, which put a lot of pressure on him. Therefore, seeing Qin Fei, who was less than 25 years old but much stronger than him, he sincerely admired him and even envied his relationship with a big star. Mr. Qin, I know quite a bit about you in Hong Kong. I believe your strength, if placed in the entertainment industry, would be unmatched. Mr. Qin, you are the brilliance of the entertainment world. No one can overshadow your light. The other party began with flattery, making Qin Fei chuckle. Director Zhang, flattering me won't earn you any bonuses. Zhang Yishan laughed heartily, knowing that Qin Fei was approachable, making him feel closer. What a bonus. This time, being able to collaborate with Mr. Qin is my biggest reward, even if the television station doesn't pay me. I would be willing. Qin Fei was quite surprised, with an expression of disbelief. Oh, I didn't expect you, Mr. Zhang, to think so highly of me. Zhang Yishan nodded repeatedly and said, of course. Who doesn't know Mr. Qin's fame? You are number one in the financial world of Hong Kong, unmatched. However, I must say, if Mr. Qin comes to the entertainment circle, the four heavenly kings would be nothing. This guy was being too outrageous. After all, one had to acknowledge the fame of the four heavenly kings of Hong Kong. He could not compare to them. They were stars, while he just wanted to be a capitalist. Qin Fei smiled, looking at the director in front of him with considerable interest. He decided to invest in the mainland television station. He actually wanted to cooperate with the mainland television station, perhaps to co-host a few entertainment programs. Don't underestimate the entertainment programs in the mainland. Take the current program Supergirl, for example. This program has been a massive hit, making many big stars and singers famous. And this Supergirl has ties to the man in front of him. He knew that to let the female stars under him enter the program group, he would need the help of the person in front of him. So he was very willing to build a good relationship with him. Qin Fei smiled and said, Director Zhang's strength is also impressive. I heard that the Supergirl event you planned has been a huge success for several seasons, especially the several big stars that emerged from it. They are well known. No one is unaware of them. Zhang Yishan, with a confident expression and serious eyes, replied, That's right. Supergirl is definitely the hottest program recently. Our advertising costs have reached 100 million renminbi per second. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine such a number. Advertising calculated by the second? 1 second equals 100 million. This is more profitable than printing money. It's like printing money. Even Zhao Liying was taken aback, looking quite surprised. Wow, I didn't expect Supergirl to be so popular. With advertising costs exceeding 100 million per second. Zhang Yishan laughed and explained, Miss Zhao is from the film industry, so of course. She doesn't know that the singing industry has just started to develop in the mainland. I believe this is the hottest period. It will gradually grow and become even more powerful. Qin Fei fell silent. He did not believe that the singing industry in the mainland had a promising future. In fact, the entertainment activities of singing were truly at their peak from 2008 to 2010. Many super singers emerged, and numerous hit songs came out, especially some internet popular songs, etc. These past few years have been the most rapidly developing, but once these years pass, the singing industry will stagnate with no good pop songs. Only the ubiquitous square dance songs. He shook his head, his expression sighing, It's a pity that I don't have high hopes for the future of the mainland's singing industry. I still believe that in the future, it's the era of rural entertainment programs. Hearing Qin Fei's words, Zhang Yishan was not angry. Instead, he looked at him with great curiosity. He asked, "Oh, Mr. Qin has researched our entertainment programs as well? What do you mean by rural programs?" Qin Fei casually mentioned it, relying on the memories of his previous life. He actually didn't know much about the entertainment industry. However, that cross-era insight into the future was enough to open Zhang Yishan's eyes. It was about showcasing the lifestyle of big stars in a rural, pastoral style, expressing some aspects of celebrities from the most basic levels, close to life. Zhang Yishan was shocked and amazed upon hearing Qin Fei's words. He considered the feasibility of this, and, thinking of all this, he became excited, grabbing Qin Fei's hand. His face was eager. "Mr. Qin, you are amazing. I have never thought that entertainment programs could be done this way. Meeting you made me realize my superficiality. I was too shallow. You are right. This kind of program might really become a hit. I feel that this kind of show definitely has potential." Qin Fei couldn't help but want to laugh, but just casually mentioning it excited the other party. They were eager to directly take him as their mentor. Next to them, Zhao Liang looked at him with admiration, captivated by his talent and ability. Zhao Liang liked Qin Fei precisely because of his talent. Although he was young, his displayed abilities even impressed the famous director in front of him. But it should be noted that Qin Fei was not in the entertainment industry. He was in finance. If Qin Fei was so impressive in finance, who would have known that his program planning could be on par with the renowned director in front of him? Zhang Yishan couldn't help but want to jot down this idea. He wanted to talk more with Qin Fei. "Mr. Qin, your idea has enlightened me. However, I want to discuss how to plan this kind of program with you in detail. I think we can collaborate with Wireless for a program event, and at that time, I can invite stars from Mr. Qin's company to participate." Qin Fei was certainly willing to cooperate and readily agreed with a laugh. "That would be great. I've been wanting to invest in Huaxia Television recently and take some shares." As soon as he spoke, Zhang Yishan's expression was shocked, and Zhao Liang beside him also looked surprised. They didn't expect that Qin Fei wanted to acquire Huaxia Television, which represented a certain chain of TV stations. TV stations starting with CC were all connected to each other. Now that Qin Fei wanted to invest, Zhang Yishan truly doubted whether he had misheard. Mr. Qin, you're not joking, are you? Investing in the television station, you're not kidding, right? Qin Fei certainly was not joking and proactively stated, "Of course not. I plan to invest 100 billion renminbi to acquire shares in your television station, so we can have a long-term collaboration with Wireless. At that time, we can sell some of Wireless's TV dramas to you unconditionally, sharing the revenue." Zhang Yishan's face was shocked. It wasn't just Qin Fei's talk of collaboration with Wireless, but the fact that he mentioned 100 billion renminbi right off the bat. He had looked into this wealthy tycoon from Hong Kong, but he never expected Qin Fei to be this rich and this impressive. He was so stunned that he couldn't say a word, frozen in place. He foolishly stared at Qin Fei in front of him, while Zhao Liang's voice trembled beside him. "Ah Fei, are you really planning to invest 100 billion in Huaxia Television shares?" Chapter 117. Is it considered having a foot in two boats? Zhang Yishan was completely stunned, unable to believe that this was real. The other party truly intended to invest 100 billion RMB in assets. He now understood the terrifying strength of the other party and realized that Qin Fei was not joking. He felt happy, thinking that collaborating with Qin Fei would definitely be very interesting. Yes, it would be interesting. Qin Fei's strength earned his admiration, and now he felt that the future of entertainment programs lay in front of him. He was eager to learn more about Qin Fei and wanted to discuss the planning of entertainment programs with him. However, there was another matter to address next. When a female assistant knocked on the door and leaned close to his ear to say something, he nodded, stood up, and respectfully invited Qin Fei. "Mr. Qin, it is our honor that you are willing to invest in our Huaxia Television Bureau. Our director will definitely be delighted with your 100 billion RMB funding. We will discuss this in a moment, but there is another matter that requires your assistance." Qin Fei's face showed confusion, not understanding what could be more important than the investment. Zhao Liang, standing nearby, seemed to know, as she grasped his hand with a sweet smile. Looking intimately at him, Zhang Yishan continued, "Our TV station is ready. This time, it will be an entertainment interview, a nationwide report, and it is also our TV entertainment station's most powerful interview program. We specifically invited Miss Zhao to participate in this interview activity alongside Mr. Qin. Qin Fei was surprised. He had never expected that Huaxia Television Bureau would conduct an interview activity for him. This was something he had anticipated, and no wonder he felt so obedient upon arrival. It was a live interview, and Zhao Liying clearly knew about it all along, but hadn't told him. When he glanced over, Zhao Liying smiled apologetically. "Ah, Fei, I meant to tell you earlier, but I wanted to give you a surprise. This interview program has a very high national viewership. Up to now, those who can participate are all well-known figures in the country. For example, the founder of the Wanda brand, the planner from Penguin Company, and certain prominent figures all have participated in this program. The female host of the interview program is also the strongest female host on Huaxia TV, having conducted multiple celebrity interviews." After contacting Zhao Liying, the TV station immediately confirmed this interview with Qin Fei. His current reputation is worth reporting. Moreover, Qin Fei was from Hong Kong, and for the development of relationships on both sides, this special interview program had involved considerable effort. Promotions had been fully prepared, just waiting for Qin Fei to show up. This was an unexpected surprise, but Qin Fei was not very satisfied. He had little interest in publicity in the mainland due to differing policies. However, since the program had already started, he had no choice but to go on stage. Watching Zhao Liying's eager expression, he finally nodded and followed her to the recording site. Qin Fei's appearance drew the attention of numerous cameras at the recording site. Especially the female host, Miss Liu, stood up immediately, smiling and raising her hands to applaud warmly, welcoming Qin Fei. "Mr. Qin, welcome. I just started chatting with a group of people. It is our TV station's honor that you can grace us with your presence, and we are truly delighted to invite you." With a wave of her hand, she clapped vigorously, and the audience joined in with applause. These were specially invited fans attending the program. In fact, many fans were Zhao Liying's. They had originally come to see Zhao Liying, and now were surprised to see the close man next to her. They suddenly realized that this program was not just about interviewing the big star Zhao Liying, but rather the man beside her. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be an interview with Zhao Liying? I originally came as a fan of Zhao Liying, especially attending this program for her. But who is this man who seems to have an even bigger presence than Miss Zhao? Don't you know? The last interview was with the CEO of Penguin Company, and it seems he funded that. This guy has supported many enterprises in our mainland. No way, after Penguin went public, valued at over 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. It was actually him who funded it. You don't know, there are many things. For instance, certain shopping platforms were all built up by him. He invested a lot of money. The names of 2 companies are quite famous in the mainland, and many people are aware of them. But who would have thought that the one supporting them would be such a young man from Hong Kong? If it weren't for the audience discussing it, they would hardly believe it. At that moment, Miss Liu was already prepared with her lines. As soon as Qin Fei entered the recording site and hadn't even sat down, she smiled brightly and began to introduce him. Surely everyone is aware and knows who Mr. Qin is. Some have already mentioned it, but I'll introduce him here. This Mr. Qin, at a young age, is the #1 philanthropist in Hong Kong, having donated to help many ordinary people in Hong Kong, while also investing hundreds of billions of RMB in the mainland, supporting 2 major group enterprises. The crowd looked astonished, staring in disbelief. As fans of Zhao Liying, they had come for the big star, but now they realized that Zhao Liying's boyfriend was actually the most impressive one. This young tycoon was truly low-key, having achieved so many titles at such a young age. If it weren't for the most authoritative Huaxia TV entertainment program, they would hardly believe all of this. Miss Liu continued with a beaming smile. "You may not believe it, but this is the truth, as this Mr. Qin has defeated Wall Street's stock god Buffett. He started in finance, relying on it, with profits reaching hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars. His bank deposits in Hong Kong have long exceeded trillions of Hong Kong dollars." The crowd was shocked again, realizing why this young man was so powerful. Others were financial geniuses. He even surpassed stock god Buffett. Hong Kong is a financially developed area, and such a prodigy emerged. Everyone acknowledged this. But they were more curious about the identities of Qin Fei and Zhao Liying, many looking over with curiosity. They watched as Zhao Liying sat closely beside Qin Fei. Now, without needing to say anything, Their close relationship was clear. This was a live broadcast for national audiences. Zhao Liying was smiling brightly, showing no concern, and the affection in her eyes was evident even to the blind. All of this was clearly observed by Miss Lu from not far away. She hadn't expected that she had initially invited Zhao Liying just to come, and having Qin Fei agree was an unexpected joy. She wanted to interview Qin Fei's strength, but it was obvious there were also gossip elements. Seizing the opportunity, she couldn't help but ask, Ms. Zhao seems to have a special relationship with Mr. Qin. May I ask, are you two in a relationship? Zhao Liying did not respond, instead looking obediently at Qin Fei. Qin Fei cleared his throat and could only say, actually, Miss Zhao and I are good friends. If it were an ordinary reporter, they would have easily brushed it off. But the female reporter in front of him was no ordinary journalist. Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Miss Lu smiled even more broadly and spoke up. Mr. Qin, given the close relationship between you two, it doesn't seem like you're just ordinary friends. You drove here together, and from earlier until now, Zhao Liying hasn't let go of your arm, sticking to you the whole time. You say you're just friends, but do you think the audience will believe that? The audience is taking this opportunity to voice their opinions loudly. Not believing, host Lu spread his hands, looking helplessly at Qin Fei. Qin Fei understood. This female host had come to break the ice, asking about hot topics. Many audience members also chimed in. Mr. Qin, how long have you been dating Miss Zhao? When you plan to get married? Haha, maybe Miss Zhao is already pregnant. Mr. Qin, are you planning to take responsibility? Mr. Qin, our Miss Zhao still has no rumors about her, and now that she's dating you, is it a serious relationship? In my opinion, maybe Mr. Qin doesn't plan to take responsibility. The audience erupted in cheers, and host Lu didn't want to miss the opportunity. He became more aggressive. Mr. Qin, as you can see, the audience seems very concerned about your relationship with Miss Zhao, given how close you are. Perhaps you should give the audience an explanation. Are you not a man who takes responsibility? He understood now. No wonder Zhao Liying seemed a bit strange at first. This interview was clearly meant to lay everything on the table. This time, it seemed aimed at dealing with his little cousin far away in Hong Kong. Hearing the audience, Zhao Liying couldn't help but let go of her hands and quickly explained. Everyone, Fei and I are just good friends, don't misunderstand. He's been very good to me and has always taken care of me. Since I joined the company, he has been very concerned about me. Host Lu looked over with an ambiguous expression. He didn't say anything, but Zhao Liying's explanation now seemed unnecessary. The audience isn't foolish, since earlier, Zhao Liying's behavior and the current situation are obvious. If you can't see it, you must be a fool. I don't know who spoke up, but someone couldn't help but shout out. Mr. Qin, I heard you have a cousin in Hong Kong who is also a big star named Yang Yi. She's quite famous and has a close relationship with you. Does that mean you're playing both sides? Chapter 118. The Qin family fund's expansion into the mainland. The gossip surrounding big stars and well-known figures is definitely the focus of everyone's attention. This time, it's impossible for the show's ratings not to break new records. Beside them, the host Lu wore a smug expression, unable to hide her excitement. Qin Fei, however, pulled a long face and said seriously, these are private matters, and also I am not playing both sides. If anyone wants to slander me, I can sue you. Seeing that the situation was getting tense, Lu quickly intervened, saying, please do not make unfounded claims. We only know that Miss Zhao and Mr. Qin have stated they are friends. We do not know the actual nature of their relationship. Also, Mr. Qin is currently single and not engaged to anyone, so it's normal for a single man to have several close female friends. Exactly. A single man having several close female friends? That's really nothing. It's just that ordinary people don't have Qin Fei's wealth and charisma. Plus, the women around Qin Fei are far from ordinary. The women he dates are all big stars, which certainly causes quite a stir. Although Lu changed the topic, people in the audience continued to whisper, ultimately envious of Qin Fei's youth. Moreover, all the women Qin Fei has dated so far are big stars. This makes many men green with envy. I've heard that new employee Lu Tianxian has a good relationship with him, and someone even heard Lu Tianxian call him Godfather. No way. This young rich guy actually has such interests? Indeed, he looks young, but plays around like this. This Qin Xiao is not an ordinary person. Come on, aren't you just jealous of others' wealth? If you had tens of trillions of Hong Kong dollars and were a big player in the investment world, you might be even wilder than him. Honestly, why does this young tycoon like being called godfather by others? Don't guess. Young rich people just have that kind of interest. A group of people discussed quietly, and Qin Fei felt that these guys could really talk. Fortunately, Lu, the host, shifted the topic to his investment activities, successfully leading the conversation to his Qin group. The main discussion was about how recently all of Alibaba's businesses moved into the Qin group. They merged into the Qin group, and Ma Yun was directly dismissed from senior management, replaced by a new CEO. At the same time, Ma Yun being sent to run errands was also surprising. This young Qin Xiao, despite his age, is decisive and straightforward in his actions. It's no wonder he could develop such a potentially large corporate group. Lu, the host, sighed. Her curiosity piqued as she continued to ask Qin Fei, Mr. Qin, do you have any plans for the future? You've invested in Penguin, merged with Alibaba, and I've also heard that you're planning to invest in our Huaxia TV bureau. Do you have any other plans? Everyone looked surprised. They didn't expect Qin Fei to want to invest in the Huaxia TV bureau as well. Is it that he has so much money he doesn't know what to do with it? Qin Fei calmly replied, I plan to do more charity work in the mainland. I want to expand my Qin Group Foundation. Of course, this foundation will not raise funds from ordinary people. It's my private foundation. I aim to broaden the mainland A-share market while also helping our country. His serious demeanor when discussing charity immediately made many people raise their hands. Some began to applaud. After all, Qin Fei has done a lot of charity work in Hong Kong, helping some poor people improve their lives. Qin Fei definitely walks the talk. There's little anyone can say against that. To be honest, this Mr. Qin is quite capable when it comes to charity. He was the one who led the charge against the rising housing prices in Hong Kong. Yes, he donated a significant amount to help ordinary people improve their housing. He is truly a good person. There are too many unkind, wealthy people in the mainland. There are too few like Mr. Qin. I support him, honestly, as long as he donates a few billion, not to mention hundreds of billions, to help the poor in the mainland. I will support him. Exactly. As long as he is willing to help the poor in the mainland, I support him dating our big stars. A group of people cheered, willing to support Qin Fei. Seeing this, Lu, the host, admired Qin Fei's intelligence. With just a simple statement, he stirred the atmosphere in the room and established his image. No one could blacken his name much anymore. Even she had to straighten her face and raise her hands to applaud Qin Fei. Mr. Qin, we are very happy to welcome you to the mainland. If you could donate some each year to help the poor here, I would absolutely be the first to stand by your side and help with your advertising for free. Hearing this, Qin Fei laughed heartily, saying, Miss Lu, you said it. Well, I actually have that plan. I'm planning to donate 10 billion renminbi to establish many schools across Huaxia and join forces with some prestigious schools in Hong Kong so that children in the mainland can go to school. This move immediately garnered applause from many. Donating 1 billion is already impressive, but now he is directly donating 10 billion renminbi. What could they say? Everyone raised their hands and applauded vigorously. Lu, the host, also raised her hands, feeling deeply moved as she applauded Qin Fei. She truly believed that Qin Fei is much better than those wealthy capitalists. The fact that he is willing to help the mainland with a donation of 10 billion shows his noble character. Soon the interview program concluded. At the end, Qin Fei clearly established his goals and direction, planning to pull the Qin Foundation into the mainland. While establishing the foundation, he also announced a funding of 10 billion renminbi. In front of many viewers, he founded the Qin Charity Foundation, sincerely helping many places in the mainland to build schools and support impoverished individuals. Seeing all this, Zhao Liang was moved and loved Qin Fei even more. Fei, you are so good. I knew you had a big heart. Hee, your donation of 10 billion will greatly help the mainland. With your 10 billion, many poor people will receive help. In the future, I also want to donate more. Qin Fei laughed heartily, pulling her close. He then brought up something, smiling as he asked, was this interview arranged by you? Did you intentionally reveal our identities? If it weren't for the donation issue being suppressed, he might have been labeled a scumbag. Zhao Liang laughed and playfully responded, Fei, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect the fans to be so enthusiastic and ask so many questions. And that female host, if she hadn't asked, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Qin Fei looked at her with a complaining expression, shifting the topic to the female host. How could Qin Fei believe that? He tilted her chin, looking directly at Zhao Liying's evasive gaze. From a superior position, he said, "Oh, you really didn't lie to me. From the beginning, you deliberately held on to me to let others ask questions. I told you before, our relationship cannot be exposed. Did you not listen? This could affect your career." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Liying lifted her head, her expression serious as she looked over, her eyes filled with sincerity. Without a second thought, she replied, "I'm not afraid. Even if I can't become a star, I won't worry. I just like you. Until the day you can marry me." Qin Fei felt overwhelmed, realizing that Zhao Liying wanted more than just fame. She genuinely wanted to marry him. This interview was reported by the largest entertainment channel in Huaxia. It was likely that a big star developing in Hong Kong would be upset about it. In Hong Kong's Qin Entertainment, Yang Yi had just finished filming today's TV drama, a new strong lineup from TVB, where she was specially invited to play a supporting role. Recently, she had been following her cousin's advice and was willing to take on minor roles to hone her acting skills. Of course, even as a supporting character, as the head of Hong Kong's Qin Entertainment, her influence at TVB was greater than that of the station's director. Generally, screenwriters dared not provoke her, and even popular young actresses would greet her with deference. "Yang Yi, I brought you your favorite milk tea. By the way, I saw our boss in the newspaper. He participated in an entertainment interview in the mainland, apparently, with a big star surnamed Zhao." Yang Yi's expression turned curious as she picked up the newspaper and immediately saw the headline. "Hong Kong tycoon Qin Xiao donates 10 billion renminbi, enters the mainland, and leads the Qin Foundation into the mainland A-share market. Mainland first-line star, Miss Zhao Liying, expresses willingness to give up her stardom to be a full-time housewife for Qin Xiao." Seeing the latter part of the report, Yang Yi was so furious that she tore the newspaper in half on the spot. "Damn it, this woman is too much. Oof. I used to turn a blind eye because she was helpful to my cousin. Now, she wants to be my cousin's wife? No way. I'm going to the mainland. I'm not filming anymore. Get the car ready. I'm leaving right now." Her manager, who tried to stop her, had never seen Yang Yi this furious. It was clear she was determined to go to the mainland to cause trouble, and there was no way to dissuade her. Yang Yi went straight to the garage to get the car, and her manager hurriedly followed, not daring to say anything. Under Yang Yi's insistence, they drove to the mainland. The manager could only smile wryly while driving, not forgetting to secretly message Qin Fei to report the situation. Chapter 119. Huge opportunities in mainland A-shares. Qin Fei accompanied Zhao Liying to inspect the office location of his Qin Foundation in the mainland. He plans to relocate the Xiangjiang Foundation to the mainland. Entering the mainland market, the Hong Kong stocks listed on the Hang Seng Index are truly inferior to the mainland. After 10 years, the mainland A-shares will experience a crazy surge. By then, those capital tycoons from the Hong Kong stock market will pour their funds into the mainland A-share market. A large amount of assets will be involved in the mainland A-shares, increasing the trading volume. The A-share market is the real largest market, and the A-shares in Huaxia actually have the strength to catch up with the U.S. stocks. The prosperity of A-shares will give rise to countless bull markets, allowing waves of mainland finance to thrive and profit immensely. As for the Hang Seng Index, it will gradually weaken, and its operational profit margins are certainly not as powerful as the CSI 300 index. In the future, the trading volume of just one popular stock from the CSI 300 could rival the entire Hang Seng Index. This is indeed the case. The capital tycoons from Xiangjiang Finance, along with external forces, will set their sights on this big cake. Therefore, before this happens, Qin Fei has already laid the groundwork. He has entered the mainland market ahead of some Xiangjiang capital, creating his own financial industry. He is now gradually shifting his focus to the mainland. Who knows? 10 years later, the Xiangjiang economy may remain unchanged or even decline. The Baishan area, as an important development zone, will make rapid progress. And it won't just be about real estate. There will be investments in finance, factory construction, and operating physical stores. It is very promising. And Qin Fei certainly will not miss this opportunity. This office building is for his Qin Foundation, and compared to the single floor in Xiangjiang, it is much better and more spacious. Zhao Liying, who entered with Qin Fei, also looked curious. Fei, are you really planning to enter the mainland market? The mainland A-shares are not the same as the Hong Kong stocks, right? I heard that there are quite a few restrictions on A-shares recently, such as limits on price increases and decreases, and moreover, A-shares require T1 trading days. Can the profits compare to Hong Kong stocks? Zhao Liying's face showed curiosity as she did not understand why Qin Fei was giving up the currently prosperous Hang Seng. The Hang Seng Index has recently returned to its peak of 20,000 points. Xiangjiang Finance is still very strong. The Hang Seng Index successfully rebounded, achieving 20,000 points a few years ago. However, Qin Fei understands that this is a sign of the Hang Seng. The highest it can reach is just over 20,000 points, and it is impossible to exceed 30,000 points. On the other hand, the CSI 300 index has a low of 2,000 points, but has a strong potential to exceed 5,000 points. Qin Fei said seriously, Xiangjiang is always just a small place. It was once prosperous, but it is unlikely to continue thriving. The fact that the Hang Seng cannot rise much proves this, while Beishan, especially many places in the mainland, have great potential. You've seen it. The several houses I've bought in Beishan have already appreciated to what extent? Hearing Qin Fei's statement, Zhao Liying nodded repeatedly. She has been handling company matters for Qin Fei in Beishan and is quite familiar with the local situation. When Qin Fei mentioned housing prices and the development of Beishan, she was eager to respond. Yes, Fei. I feel that the city of Beishan is developing too rapidly. You don't know, just 6 months ago, I still saw many bungalows. Now they're all high-rise buildings, and many cities have been developed. The most outrageous is the land price here. Originally, a 100 square meter apartment was only 500,000 RMB, but now, do you know how much it is? Qin Fei smiled, looking at Zhao Liying's astonished expression. With excitement, he said, Now I see a 100 square meter apartment that was originally 500,000 RMB has appreciated to 3 million renminbi. In less than a few months, it has increased 6-fold. This is certainly true, as Zhao Liying knows how expensive the housing prices in Beishan city center are. In the future, countless super landlords will emerge here. The rent for a single apartment will be incredibly expensive. Now at 3 million renminbi, it's really nothing. Qin Fei smiled and said, 3 million. And you were so surprised. If you knew that such a property could appreciate to 30 million renminbi in the future, wouldn't you be even more shocked? Zhao Liying was stunned, looking at him in disbelief. Fei, are you joking? 30 million renminbi for a 100 square meter apartment? Wouldn't that make this place just like Xiangjiang? Wow. If that's the case, then couldn't my villa also appreciate? Mentioning her villa, Zhao Liying became even more excited. She began to understand why Qin Fei wanted to buy land and buildings here, even establishing a commercial plaza. Now Qin Fei controls quite a bit of land in Beishan. If it continues to rise, he could easily make hundreds of billions of RMB from these properties. No, not just hundreds of billions. Zhao Liying thought about this and looked at him with admiration. Fei, with so much land and properties, I see it could appreciate to over 1 trillion RMB in value. The real estate you have could yield funds of over 1 trillion RMB. Qin Fei laughed heartily, hugging Zhao Liying intimately. Yes, just from the rental income, we could earn several 100 billion RMB a year. Supporting you all is no problem. He playfully pinched her little nose, causing Zhao Liying to smile sweetly as she hugged Qin Fei's neck and gave him a deep kiss. Qin Fei didn't hold back, caressing her waist and placing her on the spacious office desk. Everything happened naturally. Zhao Liying adjusted her skirt, not blaming Qin Fei too much. Instead, she stayed close to him, sitting in his lap and not intending to get up. While sitting on his knees, she made a phone call and took out a document, smiling as she looked over. Fei, since you want to move the Qin Foundation to the mainland, I asked around and found a few securities companies that are going bankrupt. There are a few employees here that you might be interested in. Take a look. The company is just looking to hire. She gently touched his beautiful, slightly flushed cheeks. Qin Fei praised her. You're truly my good assistant. You did a great job. Zhao Liying smiled and accompanied him to check the documents. Qin Fei began to review the information. These were the heads of several bankrupt securities firms. However, before this, these individuals were quite capable. Due to the 2008 financial crisis and investment failures, many went bankrupt. Among them, one man named Wei Ming caught Qin Fei's attention. He was a middle-aged man, over 30 years old, who originally was the leader of a bank's fund account. He controlled assets worth 1 trillion renminbi. Yes, 1 trillion renminbi. This is indeed the mainland market, as the financial sector is much larger here, with many bank funds controlling vast amounts of money. However, having 1 trillion renminbi in funds means it can be accessed if needed. Unfortunately, due to failures in numerous A-share stocks, he caused the company to lose assets exceeding 200 billion renminbi. Now, the investors in the fund lost money and sued the bank, which could only turn to Wei Ming to be responsible for the debt, which is 10, meaning 20 billion renminbi in funds. How could he possibly have that much money? His personal assets are only a few billion RMB, and he can't pay off the debt. He has 10 billion renminbi in debt left, and he is already at a dead end, owing 10 billion renminbi that he can't pay off, especially to the largest bank. Even if he goes to prison, he can't clear his name. Qin Fei's eyes lit up. He felt that the other party was very easy to manipulate, especially the information about the other party's family. One wife, 2 daughters with elderly parents and young children to support. After owing 20 billion, the other party had not run away, but actively stayed to help shoulder the company's debts. This made Qin Fei smile as he looked at the introduction of the other party. Oh, it seems that this person named Wei Ming is quite interesting. Such a person did not flee with the money, but instead took the initiative to bear responsibility, showing character. Furthermore, he climbed from a small bank clerk to a trillion RMB helmsman step by step. He is indeed very capable. In fact, it is because Qin Fei saw himself in this person. In his previous life, he also rose from a small operator to the largest asset helmsman. He felt that the two were very similar. However, the other party's failure left him with nothing, which made him sigh. He turned to Zhao Liying and said, "Help me make a call and arrange a meeting with him. My Qin Foundation in the mainland needs a helmsman. The identity of this helmsman is very important. After all, I need him to help me manage the funds, and having strength and character is the top priority." Zhao Liying nodded and made the call to arrange it, though she was a bit worried. After all, the other party was a failure in the financial world. Fei, he let the bank's issued fund lose money. He has failed once. Are we really going to use him? Qin Fei replied confidently. Failure and success depend on who you follow. If he follows me, he will definitely not fail. The 2008 financial crisis was terrifying. Even veteran trillion-dollar helmsman failing is understandable. He has predictive ability and can guarantee that he won't fail. So I value his character. Zhao Liying immediately made a call. She called the other party's foundation and explained the situation. At this moment, on the rooftop of the Zimoda building, at the top of the building, as a man over 35, nearing 40, he went from having a family to now having nothing. He could not bear such a huge blow. Most importantly, with 10 billion in debts still unpaid. This money would implicate his family, his wife, and his 2 precious daughters. With this debt still existing, his family would truly have no hope of living a good life. Chapter 120. The leader of the Qin Foundation, now, he had no other choice. As he picked up his phone and looked at the adorable photos of his 2 daughters, his face was filled with pain and despair. He had to secure a future for his daughters, which meant he had to bear all the debts. Only when he was dead would the debts disappear, and his family wouldn't have to inherit them. He truly couldn't repay the 10 billion renminbi debt. Now he had to make sacrifices for his family. He continued to gaze deeply at the photos, staring at the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, taking a step forward, about to step into emptiness. Who would have known? A phone call came in, and he heard his colleague's voice. "Brother Wei, where are you? Don't think like that. I have some incredible news for you, really incredible news. Someone wants to hire you to be the leader of his private foundation. Did you hear that? Someone wants you to continue as the leader." Wei Ming forced a bitter smile as he looked at the high-rise buildings in front of him, despair evident on his face. "I'm already 10 billion renminbi in debt. How can being the leader of a private foundation help me repay such a huge amount? No private bank would hire me knowing I have 10 billion in debt. They wouldn't want me. That's right, a typical private foundation wouldn't offer much profit either. They can't provide much funding. The amount I owe is just too much. He thought that his colleague was just trying to coax him into reconsidering by lying. Little did he know, his colleague was in a rush, unable to contain himself any longer. Brother Wei, trust me, this private foundation is not just any foundation. It's more powerful than several private foundations of banks in our mainland. You must have heard of this financial report. A 20-year-old prodigy from Hong Kong defeated Wall Street stock Buffett and successfully manipulated oil futures, raking in hundreds of billions of dollars. This is something everyone in the circle knows. It's a legend, a myth. Wei Ming was taken aback, not understanding why his colleague mentioned this. Mr. Qin from Hong Kong was a name everyone knew. He made his fortune in finance and became a billionaire before turning 20. Now he was the head of TVB and had established Qin Entertainment, investing in Alibaba. He had just been interviewed by TV Entertainment. He wasn't worthy of even carrying Mr. Qin's shoes. Hearing his words, his colleague couldn't help but laugh heartily. Brother Wei, listen carefully, don't be scared. It's this Mr. Qin who has seen your profile and is determined to have you. The first manager of the Qin Foundation in the mainland is you, Mr. Qin specifically requested you. Wei Ming was stunned, completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. It was like winning the lottery. No, it was even more incredible than winning the lottery. How much could one win from a lottery ticket? Just 5 million renminbi, but being recognized by someone like Qin Fei. How much could that mean? 10 billion in debt suddenly didn't seem like much. He felt a surge of excitement. Immediately retracting his foot that was about to step forward, overwhelmed with joy, his face brimming with exhilaration. Really, Mr. Qin has taken notice of me? No, that can't be. The chance of being noticed by Mr. Qin is smaller than winning the lottery. Did Mr. Qin really notice me? His colleague's affirmative response made him realize he hadn't misheard. Qin Fei really had taken notice of him. It was a chance for him to resurrect from the dead. Brother Wei, I'm not lying to you. This was a call from Zhao lying herself. You should know the relationship between our Miss Zhao and Mr. Qin. Their relationship has already been made public by the media. Wei Ming certainly understood, and in that moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. Miss Zhao and Mr. Qin were indeed a match made in heaven. He knew their relationship wasn't just a rumor. It was true. He was genuinely ecstatic and couldn't help but cry with laughter. After all, if it weren't for this job opportunity from Qin Fei and the call from Zhao lying, he might have already jumped off a building by now. Now, he seemed to see hope, and without thinking, decided to go to the place Zhao lying mentioned to meet Mr. Qin in person. He had admired this financial prodigy for a long time. Inside the office building, Wei Ming hurriedly arrived, reported his name, and was immediately granted access. He took the elevator directly to the office of the Qin Foundation in the mainland. When he knocked on the door, his heart raced. When a young voice came from inside, he opened the door and was shocked to see the young man sitting in the boss's chair. He was incredibly stunned. The other person was so young, so wealthy, unmatched in the Chinese financial sector. What was Buffett compared to him? Qin Fei was truly invincible. With a heart full of trepidation, he spoke up, Mr. Qin, hello. Qin Fei raised a hand, giving Zhao lying a knowing look. She understood that Qin Fei had important matters to discuss and quietly bowed her head, smiling gently as she turned to leave, giving the two of them a chance to be alone. Qin Fei then looked up and fixed his gaze on Wei Ming, and when he spoke, his first words left Wei Ming stunned. Now, I'm giving you 100 billion renminbi in funds. I'm telling you that the Shanghai and Shenzhen 300 index will have 3 fluctuations next. The 3 key points are: the first is from 3,100 to 3,250 points. The second is 3,450 points. And the third is 3,550 points. How much capital can you earn? Wei Ming took a deep breath, realizing that this was a test from Qin Fei. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I can guarantee a profit of 50 billion renminbi. Qin Fei nodded, pointing to the position that had already been prepared. Wei Ming stepped forward, opened the computer, and was astonished to find that a 100 billion renminbi account had indeed been set up. He had found a brokerage for leverage trading on the Shanghai and Shenzhen 300 index to carry out this operation. Only then did Wei Ming understand Qin Fei's decisiveness. He took a deep look at Qin Fei before sitting down to observe the fluctuations of the Shanghai and Shenzhen 300 index. Qin Fei's face was calm as he stood by, allowing Wei Ming to operate. Wei Ming was still in a daze, unable to come to terms with the fact that this was 100 billion renminbi. Right from the start, he was allowed to operate. Didn't the other party fear losses? Seeing that Wei Ming wasn't moving, Qin Fei calmly asked, "Is there a problem?" Wei Ming forced a bitter smile and said, "Mr. Qin, do you really trust me?" Qin Fei smiled and replied, "I'm giving you a chance to resurrect. I know you have a significant debt. Very few private foundations can help you alleviate 10 billion in debt, but I can. Follow me, and I guarantee your profit sharing from operations in 1 month can reach 10 billion renminbi." Wei Ming was utterly shocked, feeling the confidence in Qin Fei's eyes. Clenching his fists, he began to operate. He was willing to believe Qin Fei's words. After all, this was the only opportunity. With 100 billion renminbi in hand, and as a seasoned veteran, his trading was steady and methodical. Starting with a small 5 profit, he gradually increased his gains. This gradual operating feeling was something Qin Fei really liked. He seemed to see himself in Wei Ming's actions, standing aside, only needing to direct and provide pointers. This feeling was quite nice, giving him a sense of leisure. Notably, Wei Ming completed a trade point and earned 20 billion renminbi in profits. With 15 billion renminbi in account funds, he clapped his hands with a smile. "Not bad, very good. A single operation point yielded over 20 profit. Your performance is outstanding." It was beyond my expectations. Wei Ming was the most surprised because the advice and points given by Qin Fei were so precise. It was only now that he came back to his senses. Unknowingly, he had already earned 20 billion renminbi. This Mr. Qin is incredible. He was completely exhilarated. "Mr. Qin, I now know that the rumors about you are all true. You are amazing. You are so young. I admire you so much." The other party exclaimed sincerely. Qin Fei smiled faintly. The data trends of the CSI 300 index were already in his mind. As long as he points it out and combines it with the other party's strong operational skills, it would be impossible not to make money. The man in front of him was quite capable, always able to help him achieve maximum profit. After 3 operations, he successfully exceeded 50 profit, earning 6 billion renminbi. This return rate was close to breaking 60. And Qin Fei was very satisfied as he observed the other party's operational strength. He understood very well that the other party was exactly the person he was looking for. He reached out with a smile and said, "Mr. Wei, I am very satisfied with your abilities. Starting today, I plan to entrust the Qin Foundation in mainland China to you. I will give you a certain percentage of the dividends, and I guarantee that within a month, your debts will be completely paid off." After saying this, he took out a check, wrote a check for 1 billion renminbi, and handed it over. He said lightly, "This is your profit from today's operation." Wei Ming did not expect that he would really succeed in getting the job. This 1 billion renminbi check from Qin Fei was like a lifeline for him. He was moved to tears again, took the check from Qin Fei, and gratefully said, "Mr. Qin, I will not let you down. You have given me a chance to be reborn, and I will definitely work hard for your company. I promise to use all my abilities to help Mr. Qin promote the Qin Foundation. If it weren't for Mr. Qin, I might have already jumped off a building." Overwhelmed with emotion, wiping his tears, he knew that his future was bright. Following Qin Fei, he could definitely take off again and go further than before. Just one conversation with Qin Fei today made him feel Qin Fei's strength. This Mr. Qin was even more powerful than he had imagined. Chapter 121. 2 women meet and compete for attention. The man in front of them was very grateful, and he had debts, seizing this last opportunity. He placed all his hope and all his bets on him. Qin Fei was very satisfied. This was exactly the kind of person he wanted. Because the other party had nothing to lose, he could not betray him, and he would absolutely not be able to leave him, which would allow Qin Fei to utilize him better. He would follow all of Qin Fei's orders, as Wei Ming had only this last hope left. He regarded Qin Fei as a savior. There is absolutely no way he could betray Qin Fei, and he felt that this opportunity given by Qin Fei was crucial. When Qin Fei let him leave, he respectfully bowed and turned to leave, taking out his phone. With a joyful and excited expression, he called his wife. As soon as the call connected, he hurriedly said, "Honey, I can resolve my debts. I can start over. Mr. Qin has given me a chance, and by following his Qin Foundation, I can definitely pay off my debts. I have now become the head of Mr. Chen's foundation in the mainland. I'm so happy. His wife was also excited, knowing that he was fine, and she cried out in joy. Wei Ming, that's great. I thought you might do something stupid. I'm so glad you're alive. We have to thank Mr. Chen for giving you this chance for rebirth. You must help manage the foundation well. Mr. Chen is our family's benefactor. Wei Ming nodded, looked back at the office, and then at the workplace. He vowed to repay Chen Fei for this kindness and not to let him down, making the other party understand that hiring him was valuable. He could bring huge profits to the Chen Foundation and help Chen Fei build the foundation well. He turned around with a serious expression, planning to organize the materials for the Chen Foundation in the mainland. Now the Chen Foundation in the mainland had to start from scratch, including recruiting some operators. He still had a lot to handle. After Wei Ming left, thinking that the mainland foundation was already established, Chen Fei considered whether to promote his foundation. He wanted to attract some funds from the mainland or connect with some wealthy individuals there to better integrate himself into the mainland circle. After all, he was a wealthy man from Hong Kong and had little connection with some wealthy individuals in the mainland. He knew they were mostly famous families from Hong Kong, a group of merchants. As for the wealthy people in the mainland, he understood very little. He thought about how to befriend more wealthy individuals to expand his career when suddenly a phone call came in. Upon answering, he learned something that surprised him. Mr. Chen, Miss Yang Yi, baby, has already arrived in the mainland today, and she is on her way to the company. I couldn't stop her. She came all the way from Hong Kong and is eager to see you. She's also insisting on meeting Miss Zhao. Chen Fei hadn't expected this. It seemed that Yang Yi was serious this time. She had specifically come over from the mainland to stir trouble with Zhao Liying. After all, Zhao Liying had directly stated her relationship with him on Huaxia TV, which made Yang Yi a bit anxious, fearing that she would be snatched away. She postponed several advertisements and TV dramas and rushed to the mainland. Now she was on her way to the company. Chen Fei had no choice but to say, "Let her come over. Since she's here, you don't need to worry about this matter. Just help her deal with the follow-up in Hong Kong. Apologize to some advertisers and TV scriptwriters and say it was my decision." The agent readily agreed. "Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll handle the matters in Hong Kong." After hanging up the phone, Chen Fei looked up and saw Zhao Liying coming in with a lot of materials. This girl seemed addicted to being an assistant, bringing him a lot of information. She was very considerate of his Chen group. As she was placing the materials down, Chen Fei directly said, "Wait a minute. My cousin Yang Yi is coming over. Let's have a meal together later." Since she was here, there was no way to avoid it. He spoke calmly, though Zhao Liying trembled slightly. Although she raised her head with a nonchalant expression, the fleeting tension was clear to Chen Fei. "Okay, then I'll book a hotel." Zhao Liying was still a bit nervous. If it were a star like Liu Fei, she wouldn't feel any unease. But Yang Yi was different because this young baby had a different status in Chen Fei's heart. As a distant cousin, she had a close connection with him, making her the person she was most nervous about. Zhao Liying's nervousness made Chen Fei smile and step forward, holding her hand to reassure her. "Don't worry. Yi has a very good temper. You two will definitely get along well." Zhao Liying forced a smile, biting her lip, her expression shifting. At this moment, she regretted revealing her identity so quickly last time. "I'm sorry." She truly regretted it, feeling a bit scared of Yang Yi, prompting Chen Fei to chuckle and gently hug her. He found it quite amusing to see Zhao Liying looking worried. The competition between the two women was indeed an interesting matter. After all, a beneficiary was him. Just then, there was an opportunity to introduce them. Chen Fei knew that Zhao Liying and Yang Yi would definitely meet. Both were big stars in the entertainment industry, and their fame and status were rising. They were all big stars of the Chen Entertainment Company. It was impossible for them to avoid meeting each other for a lifetime. In the future, while filming TV dramas and movies, they would definitely collaborate. This early meeting could help smooth their relationship. Chen Fei smiled lightly, thinking of something, a playful expression appearing on his face. Before long, in less than 10 minutes, Yang Yi arrived at the company, heading straight to his department. Even the secretarial assistants couldn't stop her. Who would dare to stop her? Everyone knew the relationship between Yang Yi and Chen Fei, with her status as a cousin. No one in the Chen group dared to provoke her. Even the agent was cautiously by her side. "Mr. Chen, hello. Miss Zhao, hello." Yang Yi pushed the door open, and upon seeing the two, her gaze quickly landed on Zhao Liying. With a cold snort, she said nothing, as if Zhao Liying was invisible. She walked straight up to Qin Fei and gently acted spoiled. "Cousin, every time you come to the mainland, you don't take me with you. Wu, you always leave me in Hong Kong. I want to find you, but you don't look for me. It's all your fault, making me come here to find you." Qin Fei caressed her hair and face, looking at Yang Yi with concern and smiling gently. "Aren't you busy being a star? You have a lot of things to do. I came this time to handle important matters, not for fun, so I didn't look for you." Yang Yi wouldn't hear it and continue to act spoiled. "But I also want to accompany you. I don't want my cousin to be tricked by some vixen. Some people are really shameless, pretending to be in a normal relationship, but they're just my cousin's little mistress in the mainland." Zhao Liying knew exactly who she was talking about, and her expression changed, feeling embarrassed. Being called a little mistress made her genuinely angry. But in that moment, she didn't know how to retort, considering that Yang Yi's words were partly true. When Qin Fei came to the mainland, she was just a little assistant, having risen from that position to her current level. Yang Yi believed that this Zhao was clearly after her cousin's money. She despised gold-digging women and didn't want her cousin to be deceived. That was why she rushed to the mainland to find Qin Fei. "Cousin, you need to be careful. I've heard that many women in the mainland like to scam money. A lot of Hong Kong businessmen come here and end up being tricked by women. They lose their houses, their cars, and are left with nothing. These women are very materialistic." As soon as she spoke, Zhao Liying's face turned angry. She was furious, her expression very unpleasant. "I didn't take a single cent from a Fei. Although he gave me a luxury house and a luxury car, it's not what I wanted. All my expenses in my daily life, including my current position, I fought for myself." Indeed, Qin Fei only gave her an opportunity. She worked hard to achieve her current status. She didn't just like Qin Fei's money. As a top star, she could meet countless wealthy men and businessmen, and even some big bosses showed affection for her. But she ignored them, waiting wholeheartedly for Qin Fei, which was genuine on her part. Now being accused by Yang Yi of loving money made her very unhappy, and she expressed her dissatisfaction. Yang Yi, who had just been rebuffed, felt her momentum weaken as she sensed Zhao Liying's serious expression. She suddenly realized that this big star liked her cousin even more than she did. The other party clearly didn't care about Qin Fei's money. Otherwise, she wouldn't be willing to help Qin Fei have a baby, even if she internally agreed. Yang Yi still couldn't accept it verbally and pouted. "Who knows if you're really serious? You're willing to have a child for my cousin because you want your child to inherit his family wealth. Then you can share the inheritance with my cousin." Zhao Liying, unable to hold back her anger, continued, "I have never thought about wanting any inheritance. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract. I swear I won't take a single cent of a Fei's assets, and we can sign an agreement that even if I marry and divorce a Fei, I won't take any of his assets." Yang Yi was surprised. She really didn't expect Zhao Liying to be so firm, clearly willing to sign a prenuptial agreement. She didn't need a single penny of divorce assets. Willing to sign this contract showed Zhao Liying's seriousness, surpassing even Yang Yi. At least Yang Yi still liked her cousin's money. After all, her cousin's things were also her things. Her love was still not as pure as Zhao Liying's. And feeling the seriousness in Zhao Liying's eyes made her feel a bit inferior at that moment. Chapter 122. Lucien enters help with promotion on the side. Qin Fei watched as the two women argued. After a while, he finally spoke up. "All right, you're both stars. Be careful not to let the paparazzi catch you arguing. If that news gets out, it will affect your careers as celebrities. You both are top-tier stars now, and making such a scene is not good for your future collaborations in dramas and movies." His words made both women fall silent. As they understood, he was speaking the truth. The two women exchanged a glance and let out a cold snort, still looking displeased. Qin Fei stepped forward, took their hands, and with a faint smile said, "Yang Yi just arrived and is tired and hungry. Let's go eat Western food. There's a nice place nearby. I'll take you there." The two women, in perfect harmony, agreed immediately. With the promise of good food, they stopped arguing. After Qin Fei arranged for a car, they headed to the Western restaurant. This high-end restaurant was a popular spot for couples. Now, with Qin Fei accompanying the two women, the waitstaff were quite surprised. They noted that Qin Fei was dining with Yang, Yi, and Zhao Lying. The faces of two big stars appeared in the restaurant, causing several staff members to whisper among themselves. Isn't that Zhao, the big star and baby? Why is she here? I didn't hear anything about it. Wow, who is that guy? Dining with two big stars is quite extravagant. You don't know? He's the young tycoon Qin from Hong Kong that the entertainment channel reported on a few days ago. It seems he's in a relationship with Miss Zhao. I think it's not just Miss Zhao. Miss Baby seems to have a special relationship with him too. A group of people looked at Qin Fei with admiration as he naturally interacted with the two big stars. There was a sense of harmony among them. After all, in such a public setting, two big stars could not afford to fall out. They couldn't act like they did in the office. Now outside, as they enjoyed their Western meal, they suddenly became good sisters. As dishes were served one after another, the two women chatted like friends who hadn't seen each other for years, smiling at each other. Brother, this Mexican caviar tastes amazing. Sister Zhao, do you often come to this restaurant? Wow, I didn't know such a good place existed. Yang, he said with a smile, savoring the caviar. Zhao, lying, elegantly tasting her food, looked over and said, Sister Yang, I know a few high-end brand stores nearby, including a Miu Miu duty-free shop with the latest items. And there's the very popular Moss Field. Many outfits would suit your figure perfectly. After we finish eating, let's go take a look. Yang Yi's eyes brightened, and she happily agreed. Sure. Wow. I feel like a lot of high-end goods in Beijing are better than in Hong Kong. You don't know. I can't get many limited editions on Queen's Road in Hong Kong. Zhao, lying, nodded with a smile. There are many wealthy people in Hong Kong, and limited editions are often snatched up. Here, it's much more relaxed. Many limited edition clothing stores offer home delivery and great service. I'll take you shopping properly later. Yang Yi, happily eating hastik, no de. Yes, let's go shopping after we finish our Western meal. Zhao, lying, readily agreed, setting the plan to shop after their meal. Qin Fei was quite impressed, realizing the acting skills of the two women. It was indeed the level of top-tier stars. In front of outsiders, the two women appeared close. Like sisters. No one would expect such closeness between two big stars, and many envied Qin Fei, the wealthy man, for being able to foster such a harmonious relationship with them. However, Qin Fei understood that the two women were merely putting on a show. The surface-level effort was necessary for them. But because of this, the happier they chatted, the more uncomfortable Qin Fei felt. He understood that getting Yang, Yi, and Zhao lying to peacefully coexist was impossible. Now, they were probably just waiting for the other to slip up. How could a man understand a woman's thoughts? Eventually, after finishing their meal, the two women indeed agreed to go shopping together. Qin Fei originally wanted to follow them, but they refused. It was clear that they had other matters to discuss, so he could only drive back alone. Since neither Zhao, Lying, nor Yang, he wanted him around. He ended up seeking comfort in his own fairy-like star. After taking a shower, in the bedroom of the Deepwater Bay mansion, Liu Yifei was in Qin Fei's arms, raising a hand and drawing circles. Her eyes were filled with admiration, and she said happily and innocently, Godfather, you're amazing. I saw your news. Wow, you're so famous in Hong Kong. Hee. When you come to the mainland to start your foundation, it will definitely make a lot of money, and people will be willing to help promote it for free. Liu Yifei leaned closer, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Her cute and innocent personality made Qin Fei very fond of her, as he caressed her beautiful face and praised. Our little Fei understands things so well and knows how to help me promote. Liu Yifei pouted playfully, yeah, as long as you like it. I'm willing to do anything for you. Indeed, she was very obedient and pure, and Qin Fei was more than willing to take care of her for a lifetime. As he smiled and listened to Liu Yifei, he thought about the idea of having a star promote his foundation. Leveraging a big star's fame for promotion was certainly a viable plan. Liu Yifei's fame was not small. If she helped promote it, the effect would be tremendous. His eyes lit up, and he hugged her with a big smile, saying, You're the best, my baby. I didn't know how to advertise for the Mainland Foundation, and you're just perfect for it. You can help me make an advertisement for my foundation, and I'll personally help you shoot it. Liu Yifei nodded in agreement, thrilled at the thought of Qin Fei personally filming for her, which made her cling to him even more. They shared a close moment. While Qin Fei was thinking about the advertisement, he received calls from Yang, Yi, and Zhao Liying. It was strange. The two of them had bought things and informed him, then went their separate ways. Originally, Zhao Liying had invited Yang Yi to stay at her villa, but Yang Yi firmly refused, planning to return to her own villa to spend time with her parents. She didn't want him to come looking for her. As for Zhao Liying, she said she had to deal with company matters and hoped he wouldn't come over. Qin Fei found it quite odd, feeling as if the two women were competing against each other. They were both stubborn and wouldn't back down. Shaking his head, he didn't pry further and focused on handling the promotional video for his Qin Foundation. He had the company send over a set of ancient costumes. This white silk ancient costume, when adorned on Liu Yifei, highlighted her pure and ethereal beauty even more. The ancient costume was truly the best fit for this fairy-like star. When she changed into it and appeared in front of him, even though he had seen everything about her, Qin Fei still couldn't help but marvel. This outfit could increase her charm by 200. It could be said that once this video was released, no one would be able to resist falling in love with this fairy. But who would have thought that she was just as obedient and understanding little girlfriend? Under his control, she never wanted to let go for the rest of her life. After Liu Yifei got dressed, she even turned around in front of him, looking lively and cute. "How is it, Godfather? Does it look good?" Qin Fei smiled and nodded in praise. "Not bad, very good. No one is more suited to this outfit than my Fei Fei." Yes, just like that, turn around and give a smile to the camera. Following Qin Fei's instructions, Liu Yifei turned around and smiled back, which also amazed Qin Fei. A once-in-a-thousand-years beauty is just like this. Moreover, she was obedient and didn't cause any trouble, making things much easier. He thought it would be better to find more stars like her in the future. He smiled gently and shot a few short videos, starting to promote verbally. "Great, click! The video has been filmed, and now it's time for verbal promotion. Help me promote the foundation. I plan to have you as the spokesperson, and you'll be an important spokesperson for our foundation in the future. Your godfather won't treat you poorly." Liu Yifei was very happy, having already received many gifts from Qin Fei, including a mansion and luxury cars. She knew Qin Fei treated her well, so without a second thought, she agreed. She directly faced the camera to promote for Qin Fei. "I wish the Qin Foundation great success and new heights. Hello, everyone. I am Liu Yifei, and I am very happy to be the spokesperson for my godfather's foundation." Qin Fei was both amused and helpless. After she finished happily speaking, he shouted, "Click! This is being broadcasted, but I can't let that title go out." Liu Yifei stuck out her tongue playfully. "Sorry, I'm just used to it. I'll change it." Qin Fei really didn't know if she was doing it on purpose. He picked up the camera again, and Liu Yifei then smiled and became serious. "I am Liu Yifei. I wish the Qin Foundation great success and financial prosperity. The Qin Foundation is the best choice. I am a spokesperson for the Qin Foundation." This time was perfect. Liu Yifei behaved very normally from start to finish. Once this video advertisement was broadcasted, it would be impossible for his foundation not to be successful. He nodded in satisfaction, confirming that this segment would be used. "Great, click! Haha, in the future, my foundation will rely on you to become popular." Liu Yifei cheered, jumped over, hugged him again, and gave him a passionate kiss, which Qin Fei did not let pass. Chapter 123. Investing in Huaxia TV station, Liu Yifei's promotional video had a great effect. At the beginning of 2009, celebrity endorsements in mainland China were just starting to rise. And at that time, not many companies thought about hiring stars for endorsements. Therefore, the resulting effect was quite remarkable. Moreover, Qin Fei's endorsement this time was not an ordinary one. He directly tied Liu Yifei to the Qin Foundation. He also gave Liu Yifei a small share. And in the future, whenever the Qin Foundation made a profit, she would receive a generous allowance, enough for her expenses. This could also be considered as part of the endorsement fee after the binding agreement. The video was filmed personally by Qin Fei, and it was sent to the TV station for advertisement airing. In front of the camera, Liu Yifei's quirky charm and fairy-like beauty amazed everyone. The viewership of this advertisement broke the latest record for Huaxia TV. Even the employees within the TV station were quietly discussing it. Liu Yifei is truly a fairy. The advertisement she filmed is so captivating. Just one advertisement has higher ratings than other TV series. Indeed, not everyone can be Louis Fei, but I admire Mr. Chin for actually getting her to endorse his foundation. Mr. Chin is truly extraordinary. This time Louis Fei is endorsing for free, not asking for any advertisement fee. And she is very happy to help Mr. Chin with the promotion. Now, Mr. Chin's Chin Foundation cannot help but become popular. With Louis Fei, its fame skyrockets. A celebrity endorsement plus an advertisement is enough to greatly increase the recognition of his Chin Foundation in mainland China. Chin Fei also brought Louis Fei to the TV station. Upon seeing someone again, it was Zhang Yishan, the director of the entertainment program. Seeing Chin Fei again, Zhang Yishan had a bright smile on his face. He approached with the TV station leadership to warmly welcome Chin Fei. Mr. Chin, your advertisement shoot was amazing. We have been doing advertisements for so many years and have never thought that a company could partner with a big star like this. The effect of this short video advertisement is truly remarkable. I wish the Chin Foundation continued success. By the way, this is our deputy director of the TV station. Deputy Director Sun smiled broadly and extended his hand to Chin Fei. He came here to discuss something with Chin Fei. It was about their interest in acquiring shares in the TV station, willing to invest 100 billion renminbi, which made him very happy and eager to talk to Chin Fei. With a smile, he greeted, Mr. Chin, it's an honor to meet you. If you really want to invest in our TV station, it would be our blessing. You're the head of Hong Kong Unlimited and have many resources. In fact, our TV station has long wanted to collaborate with you, but never had the opportunity. Chin Fei smiled and shook hands, saying, it should have been my lack of opportunity. How can our Unlimited compare to the largest Huaxia TV in mainland China? Your TV station is truly the best in the mainland. When it comes to mainland TV stations, apart from Huaxia TV, no other station can compare. Unlike Hong Kong, which had several channels besides Unlimited, in the mainland, Huaxia TV standalone. This TV station was originally a state-owned enterprise and generally would not allow investments. However, Chin Fei was an exception. The deputy director in front of him smiled and said, Mr. Chin is a special friend of our TV station. Normally, wealthy businessmen, including those from Hong Kong, are not allowed to invest in Huaxia TV. But Mr. Chin is different. He has done good deeds in Hong Kong and has helped many people in the mainland. In the end, it was his charitable work that earned him this opportunity to invest in Huaxia TV. Unexpectedly, his charitable work has now helped himself, yielding significant returns, which made Chin Fei smile. He said, thank you for the opportunity your TV station has given me. I will invest 100 billion renminbi into your station. How many shares you can give me depends on you. He wasn't worried that Huaxia TV would take advantage of him. After all, it was backed by the entire country. Would the country cheat him? Absolutely not. Therefore, regarding shares, he would definitely profit if they offered more, as this was the #1 TV station in the mainland. Certain broadcasting departments were among them. If he invested 100 billion renminbi, they would certainly provide him with benefits, including several points of shares. The deputy director was silent for a moment before saying, we originally planned to give Mr. Chin 5 of the shares. Since Mr. Chin is so generous, we are willing to offer you around 7. Mr. Chin should understand that our 7 is also quite valuable, considering Huaxia TV is a state-owned enterprise with costs in the tens of trillions. Apart from having over tens of trillions of RMB in state assets, their status in the mainland was also different. With Chin Fei now investing, he had the capital for negotiation. He smiled and agreed, saying, 7 is enough. However, I have a small request. In the future, if our Chin Entertainment wants to film TV dramas, I hope your TV station can give us special privileges. That is to say, as long as our Chin Entertainment's productions do not violate any agreements, they can be directly approved. The other party laughed and readily agreed. That is certain. When Mr. Chin's TV dramas are ready, and if they are good, our TV station will directly buy them at a high price. We can air them on channels 1 and 2. What do you think? This is the best scenario. Channel 1 was definitely the strongest channel a decade ago. Although Hong Kong Unlimited had impressive ratings, achieving over 60 for a TV drama was notable. It may seem like a lot, but keep in mind that Hong Kong has a limited population. Reaching 60 viewership means only about 10 million people watching. In contrast, The mainland's Channel 1 can achieve over 70, and in recent years, it even surpassed 80. Many people in the mainland watch entertainment programs on TV, leading to higher ratings. Moreover, given a large population of over a billion in the mainland, even if a TV drama has only a 10 rating, that translates to tens of millions of viewers. If it reaches 50, the view count could be in the hundreds of millions, which is incomparable to TVB's 60. It even surpasses 90. Chin Fei was very pleased because not every TV drama could make it to channels 1 and 2. Without the right connections, one would struggle to get into this prime slot. However, with his investment of 100 billion renminbi and his charitable reputation as a wealthy Hong Kong businessman, his TV dramas, as long as they met quality standards, would definitely make it to channels 1 and 2. Zhang Yishan, beside him, also smiled and congratulated him. Mr. Chin, congratulations. Channels 1 and 2 each have over 100 million viewers every day. No matter what TV drama airs, it will surely become a hit. By the time your company cultivates major stars after one drama, she will at least be second tier, and breaking into first tier will be a breeze. Chin Fei smiled, fully aware of this point. Now that he was investing in Huaxia TV, he had other matters to discuss with them. As a shareholder of the TV station, he now had the qualification to discuss various entertainment programs and activities with them. In front of him, Zhang Yishan was in charge of the entertainment channel on TV, and he could no longer hold back. Mr. Zhang, your Supergirl probably doesn't need much of your attention. Now that entertainment programs are booming in the mainland, do you have any better entertainment program plans coming up? Upon hearing Chin Fei's words, Zhang Yishan couldn't contain himself and eagerly replied, Mr. Chin, the rural field program you mentioned earlier has inspired me. I plan to create a celebrity reality show. A group of celebrities is arranged to experience rural life, and the program is named Longing for Life. Chin Fei was stunned, doubting whether he heard it wrong. He had only made a suggestion. He never expected that the local team had already planned the future most popular show. Chin Fei truly did not anticipate that this guy was such a genius. Zhang Yishan, with a smile on his face and a hint of seeking guidance, looked over and asked, Mr. Chin, what do you think? Or do you think this name is not appealing? Or do you have any other suggestions? The other party genuinely intended to hear Chin Fei's advice, as Chin Fei had given him a lot of inspiration. He had already become Chin Fei's confidant. Looking at a big producer, he was also flattering Chin Fei. Louis Fei, on the side, let out a chuckle, her smile sweet and radiant, grabbing Chin Fei's arm and leaning in. She actively spoke in a close tone, Godfather, you're amazing. I heard this is the Supergirl producer. I didn't expect him to admire you so much. It's like he's your fan. Yeah. I also want to participate in the entertainment program, this Longing for Life. Can I experience it? As soon as Louis Fei's words came out, Zhang Yishan's eyes lit up, and he immediately invited her with a laugh. Miss Liu is the most suitable. I guarantee to arrange a spot for Miss Liu right now. You can come for as many episodes as you want. I will definitely help you build your persona. Louis Fei was interested, and Chin Fei did not refuse. After all, this program was bound to be a hit. Letting Louis Fei gain some fame was not a bad idea. He nodded in agreement, indeed admiring the other party's program. Mr. Zhang is truly a talent. I just briefly mentioned it, and you came up with such a great theme. Hearing Chin Fei's praise, Zhang Yishan felt a bit elated, but still replied humbly, No, all of this is thanks to Mr. Chin. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have come up with such a good program. I am sure this program will definitely break the current highest ratings in entertainment, hitting over 90. The other party's confidence in directly stating a 90 rating surprised Chin Fei. Zhang Yishan looked at him seriously, already having someone prepare. Now, just waiting for Chin Fei to help, as he still had things to consult with Chin Fei. Chapter 124, Rural Life Entertainment Program, Mr. Chin. I have already arranged the program. When the time comes, I would like to collaborate with you on the planning. The advertisement spots for the program will be handled by you. Additionally, we need you to provide the participants. We plan to invite several female and male celebrities, and we need your company to provide them. The people must come from Chin Fei's company, and the main introductions of the stars will also go through Chin Fei's company. As for the advertisements, we will also give Chin Fei some spots. This is definitely a great opportunity. Right now, the program hasn't taken off yet, so we need to find participants. Once the program becomes popular, many celebrities who want to gain exposure will come to us. At that time, it will be like filming a movie, and many stars willing to invest will also join in. The decision of who gets to be on the program and who doesn't rests entirely with Qin Fei, and it will be controlled by Qin Fei's Qin Entertainment. However, thinking about the stars signed under Qin Entertainment now gives Qin Fei a headache. He suddenly realizes that there are too few stars signed with Qin Entertainment, including Liu Yifei. There are only Zhao Liying and Yang Yi, 3 women in total. It truly is very few. For this entertainment program, only Liu Yifei can participate. He really can't offer any other spots. He can only go find a few directors from his company to arrange personnel. After thinking it over, he agreed. Okay, I'll look for some after I return. The funding for the program will be provided by my Qin Foundation. At that time, help promote the Qin Foundation a bit more. Just give me a few advertisement spots during prime time. His Qin Group still has many companies that need advertisement, such as the newly established Qin Mainland Foundation, Penguin Group's promotion, and Alibaba Pictures, among many other industries that require advertising spots. He is looking forward to the effect of this entertainment program and thinks that the company urgently needs to sign a big star to promote. 3 big stars bring revenue to the company, but the number is still too small. Qin Entertainment continues to expand, not to mention 3 big stars. He can afford to support 3 times as many. Only stars nurtured by himself can truly dedicate themselves to his company. Therefore, it is better to cultivate them himself. Just like Liu Yifei, a star who is so obedient. Having a few more like her would be even better. In the afternoon, Qin Fei found Yang Yi and arrived at Yang's home. The Yang family has moved to a large villa, a beautifully decorated standalone villa in the city. Several BMWs and Mercedes are parked at the entrance, indicating that Yang Fong has sold the original Audis and now collects BMWs and Mercedes. Yang Fong has been doing well as a landlord and with a piece of land development, earning commissions starting from over a million RMB a month. Plus, having a daughter in Hong Kong, she can earn over 10 million Hong Kong dollars a month. The Yang family is bound to be wealthy. It is completely different from when he last visited. As soon as he arrives, he is noticed by the servants, and one immediately greets him. Hello, young master. When Qin Fei walked into the house, Yang Yi's mother saw him and smiled brightly, taking Qin Fei's hand. Xiao Fei, you haven't come to see me for a long time. You've been so busy lately. You must take care of your health. Ame, prepare some tea for Xiao Fei. And get that Changbai mountain ginseng out to brew tea for him. By the way, Xiao Fei, I'm going to buy some vegetables right now. Let us have a good meal at home today. Qin Fei smiled and said, No need. I'm here to find baby. She has returned to the mainland, and I haven't seen her yet. Yang Yi's mother laughed and called Yang Yi out. Seeing Qin Fei come to find her, Yang Yi was very happy and rushed over, throwing herself into Qin Fei's arms, extremely sweet. Cousin, you finally thought to come and see me. I thought you were stuck with that fox spirit. Qin Fei playfully pinched her nose and smiled. I think you're the fox spirit, little fox spirit. I didn't go to her. I came to find you first. Yang Yi smiled gently, pulling Qin Fei to sit on the sofa, sticking close to him. She wasn't angry with Qin Fei. In her view, it was all that Zhao Liying who was too much of a fox spirit. Otherwise, her cousin would never have made a mistake. Her cousin is so good that he has brought the Yang family to its current wealthy status. She loves Qin Fei too much to make him angry. With a bright smile, she couldn't help but say, Cousin, congratulations on your foundation being so successful. I saw it on TV. The star promotions are really effective. Hee hee. I also want to help promote you. Qin Fei laughed heartily, stroking Yang Yi's pretty face, and said, The next time I shoot a video, I'll ask you to endorse it. Yang Yi nodded repeatedly, agreeing intimately, and accompanied Qin Fei to watch TV. When she heard Qin Fei mention wanting to create a rural entertainment program, she was quite curious and wanted to participate. Qin Fei could only say, But you still have a drama and several ads to finish filming in Hong Kong. How can you have time for a variety show? Thinking of all this, Yang Yi could only lower her head and pout. Qin Fei comforted her. All right, I'll arrange a car to send you back to Hong Kong tomorrow. After you finish filming the drama and the variety show, you can come back. Since Qin Fei said so, Yang Yi could only nod in agreement. This time, her competition with Zhao Liying hasn't been decided yet. She won't give up so easily. As Qin Fei chatted with Yang Yi, Yang Yi's mother prepared a meal, and they all had lunch together. In the end, Qin Fei excused himself, saying he had to handle matters related to the variety program, and bid farewell to Yang Yi. After leaving, he called for the company's car to take him to another location. As soon as he left Yang's house, he arrived at Zhao Liying's villa. When he knocked on the door, Zhao Liying was clearly surprised to see him, but the next moment she, dressed in a snow-white long dress, pounced on him, giving him a passionate kiss that immediately drew Qin Fei in. Soon, they ended up on the sofa. An hour passed. Zhao Liying gently caressed his chest, her face filled with obsession. "You only came to see me now. Have you been to see her?" He suspected that this girl had someone following him, and could only say, "She's going back to Hong Kong tomorrow." Zhao Liying sighed in relief, looking somewhat scared, clearly indicating that she found it difficult to deal with Yang Yi. If it were anyone else, she would have snapped back immediately, but with Yang Yi, she truly didn't dare to say anything. Knowing that Yang Yi was going back to Hong Kong, she relaxed and brought up another matter, saying, "I heard you want to do a variety show. Mr. Zhang's program is definitely good. This yearning for life will surely become popular. However, it would be hard to make the program successful relying on Liu Yifei alone." Qin Fei nodded, agreeing, "Yes, I think so too. The company needs a few big stars." Zhao Liying smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and said, "Then why not go to the China Film Academy and find someone to come over? Arrange for her to be on the program. She can become a second-tier star and help the company earn a lot." Hearing her words, Qin Fei felt a bit strange, as if she was eager for him to find another woman. "Are you trying to set me up with someone else? Aren't you jealous?" Zhao Liying smiled brightly, looking at him with a playful expression. "I like watching her get jealous." This was clearly Yang Yi, and the two women were really competing with each other. Qin Fei shook his head, unsure of what to say, but Zhao Liying's words intrigued him. He thought about going to the China Film Academy to find a talented female student to nurture. That would be a good plan. As he considered the feasibility of this plan, Zhao Liying kissed his face again. Early in the morning, Qin Fei was drinking the tea that Zhao Liying had helped brew. He connected the call to the Qin Foundation and didn't forget to check the stock market trends for A-shares today. He noticed that Mutai had been fluctuating upwards recently. He instructed the other party to make a long-term investment in Mutai, directly allocating 500 billion renminbi for the operation. Since he had invested 100 billion renminbi in the Huaxia TV station, he had suddenly lost 100 billion renminbi, which is about 120 billion Hong Kong dollars. His domestic bank account had seen a significant reduction in deposits. Buying Mutai with 500 billion renminbi and riding the wave required him to replenish his funds. During the call, he began to give instructions. Recently, Mutai's A-share price was around 1,800 renminbi, with significant fluctuations. Today's lowest price would be around 1,750 renminbi. "I will give you 500 billion renminbi, and make sure to buy all at the lowest price of 1,750 renminbi. You can buy in batches, but you must buy it all up, 500 billion renminbi, all at 1,750, and not exceeding 1,800 renminbi. The other party readily agreed, as the manager of the Qin Foundation. Managing 500 billion renminbi to keep it at 1,750 renminbi was not a challenge for him. That was his job, with Qin Fei providing the precise operational price. He just needed to execute it. At the same time, he mentioned that the Qin Foundation was viewed favorably by many people, and wealthy individuals from the mainland were eager to collaborate with him. "Mr. Qin, a few friends of friends have reached out to me, wanting to cooperate with our Qin Foundation. Those wealthy individuals from the mainland also want to invest. I wonder if Mr. Qin is interested?" Qin Fei smiled. Although he wasn't short on funds, he still wanted to build closer relationships with these mainland wealthy individuals. In business, regardless of the type, connections are crucial. Without hesitation, he agreed. "All right, I will organize my time and make sure to communicate with these people. Follow my lead closely, and I won't treat you unfairly." The other party expressed strong confidence in the Qin Foundation, stating firmly, "Mr. Qin, I have absolute confidence in the Qin Foundation. I have already found several operators. I won't let you down." Chapter 125. The top star training institution, the China Film Training Class, is considered one of the most famous actor training institutions in mainland China. Many big stars, especially first-line stars from the mainland, have emerged from here. Each session has trained numerous outstanding students. Its strength is absolutely remarkable, and Zhao Liying knows it well. having been part of several sessions herself. She helped contact the person in charge to select students, which was T2 simple or easy. Moreover, due to his relationship with China Film Entertainment, the head of the training class noticed his arrival and was quite polite. Mr. Chin, hello. What a pleasure to meet you. I never expected to have the opportunity to see you. It truly is a stroke of luck. Meeting you is like meeting those big Hollywood stars. The head of the training institution, a smiling female teacher, greeted him, having received instructions from above. She didn't dare to neglect Qin Fei, knowing he was there to select big stars for his entertainment company. This was a golden opportunity for the students inside. It should be noted that both China Film Entertainment and Hawaii Brothers Entertainment fear Qin Fei's Qin Entertainment, not to mention its reputation in Hong Kong. Qin Entertainment has already begun to make a name for itself in the mainland. For ordinary small stars, getting a recommendation is rare. Even if they are trained at China Film, signing a contract with China Film Entertainment requires a significant amount of strength. Typically, after a session of training, having 1 to 2 students sign a contract with China Film and receive substantial training opportunities is already considered good. This session alone has hundreds, if not thousands, of students. However, it's important to understand that even if you can sign a contract with China Film, it doesn't guarantee you'll become famous. To become a third-tier star, you have to compete with hundreds of actors signed by China Film. Thus, the entertainment industry can be said to be extremely competitive. Every year, many young and beautiful girls enter, but leave with plenty of doubts. Do you think being good-looking guarantees success? There are countless beautiful women in the entertainment industry, but opportunities are not available to everyone. Now, when Qin Fei calmly greeted everyone, several students nearby took notice and became excited. That looks like the boss of Qin Entertainment. Young Master Qin? Wow, he looks younger than he does on TV. Yeah, if young Master Qin were to become a star, it would be easy for him to partner with a first-line star. I heard young Master Qin is here to sign company actors. If Qin Entertainment signs a few stars, they're bound to become famous. It's incredible. Exactly. If given the choice, I'd rather join Qin Entertainment than go to China Film. Some understood that the competition at China Film was too fierce, while Qin Entertainment didn't have such intense competition. There are too many internal resources, and several big stars have already become successful. Who wouldn't want to get those resources? In this place, there are countless beautiful women, and they all have confidence in their looks. They also know that resources come from competition. Seeing Qin Fei, some female students proactively approached to greet him and curry favor. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm a student from the 15th session. I've studied at China Film for 3 years and participated in several stage plays and TV dramas. I hope you could give me a chance. Come on, with your figure. How could Mr. Qin notice you? Young Master Qin, my figure is very photogenic. Please give me a chance. Young Master Qin, I admire you so much after seeing you on TV. You're my idol. A group of female students crowded around Qin Fei, getting too close for comfort. The female teacher next to them frowned and cleared her throat, stopping these overly enthusiastic individuals. What are you doing? Aren't you in class? Step aside. Mr. Qin is here for an important matter, she admonished. Flirting around won't get you anywhere in the entertainment industry. It's all about strength, not looks. Upon hearing the teacher's words, they finally toned it down a bit. However, they still wanted to find an opportunity. Whoever managed to get close to Qin Fei would soar to success, obtaining a status that would take decades of hard work to achieve. They only wanted a chance, but the head of the training class closely followed Qin Fei, genuinely worried he would be disturbed. Now that Qin Fei's fame had grown, he didn't even need to actively seek out women. A group of women gravitated toward him, making Qin Fei shake his head in exasperation, realizing he was the one being pursued. After a while, they managed to include some female students and enter the training room. The teacher in front continued with the explanation, seriously introducing, Mr. Qin, you may not be very familiar with the entertainment industry. The mainland is quite different from Hong Kong. Many actors in Hong Kong start from TV stations, come out of training classes, act in TV dramas, and then enter the film industry. Qin Fei nodded, acknowledging the difference between the training classes in Hong Kong and the mainland. Although the mainland seems vast now, with many films and TV dramas, resources are genuinely scarce. There are many students in the training class, and the teacher explained the path newcomers need to take. Our training class mainly focuses on stage performances, which is our primary training method. There are many theaters in the country now performing stage plays. This is also the best way for newcomers to step onto the stage. The saying goes, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage, and very few female students get that 1 minute on stage. The competition is intense. The mainland is still in a golden period for students. Of course, it's not as chaotic as in later stages. In the later stages, looks are what matters. A pretty face is enough for a young star. But now, to become famous in the mainland entertainment industry, it relies on strength. A new artist must undergo stage training to qualify for a company contract to act in films and TV dramas. The teacher continued, now, our 15th and 16th sessions together have over 300 students with stage experience. The outstanding ones make up about 20, which means around 60 students. Mr. Chin, let me take you to our elite class. This session's elite class consists of our best talents from China film. Chin Fei was amused, finding it interesting that China film would present its elite class to him. Oh, you're offering me your best talents from China film. But aren't you competing with me? You know, we have a competitive relationship, right? They had previously had conflicts, but now, just a few days later, the other party seemed like an old friend. The female teacher spoke honestly. Mr. Chin, in the past, China film was not good. We didn't know your strength. But now, with your investment in the TV station and entry into the TV network, China Film wants to collaborate more with you. In the future, when filming TV dramas, leveraging Mr. Chin's company will make it easier to pass reviews for release. This was the other party's true intention, as he had privileges at the TV station. Therefore, China Film wanted to collaborate with him to invest in TV dramas, making it easier for them to pass reviews for release. Chin Fei smiled, realizing their goal, and replied, it seems China Film wants to leverage my reputation. That is not a problem. As long as they have good TV drama scripts, I'm still very willing to invest. The teacher's eyes lit up, her face full of joy. She had received instructions from above to specifically please Chin Fei. In the future, they intended to leverage Chin Fei's connections to collaborate on several TV dramas. In recent years, the ratings for TV dramas have been quite impressive, and the profits are remarkable. A single episode of a TV drama in the mainland can yield millions, even tens of millions of RMB in revenue. Otherwise, how do those who receive hundreds of millions of RMB for a single drama come about? TV dramas are extremely profitable. Chin Fei followed the other party into the so-called elite class, which was definitely filled with girls who had performing talent, all carefully selected promising candidates. With just a glance, Chin Fei noticed quite a few familiar faces. They were once big stars on television, but now they appeared so youthful and innocent. Many of the pure and innocent girls had faces that were quite appealing. Among them, it was clear that a few would grow into top-tier stars, the kind that would be very famous in the country. There were indeed many recognizable names. As expected of the elite class trained by Zhongying, this truly was a group of elites. Clap. A female teacher raised her hand, signaling everyone to stop their activities, and with a serious expression, scan the crowd before starting to introduce. Everyone, please pay attention. This is Mr. Chin from Chin Entertainment Company, which is very well known in Hong Kong. This time, they want to collaborate with a certain TV station for an entertainment program, and are looking for a female artist to sign with Chin Entertainment. This is your lucky opportunity. Many people's eyes lit up, and they looked over with great anticipation. Many artists were eager to seize the resources and quickly gain opportunities to appear on screen. Seeing Chin Fei, they were filled with excitement. The enthusiasm was no less than that of the female trainees encountered earlier. Of course, there were exceptions. Chin Fei noticed a familiar face, exuding an air of aloofness. Hearing the female teacher's words, she merely glanced at him coldly before quickly lowering her head. Not looking at him again. This piqued his curiosity, especially because of her face as a big star. With a smile, he moved closer, in response to his approach. Some trainees looked excited and filled with anticipation. Young Master Chin, hello, my surname is Zheng. I've acted in a few low-budget films, and I can endure hardships. I hope you can give me a chance. Young Master Chin, I'm willing to do anything. As long as you sign me, I'm ready to follow any instructions. Me too. Young Master Chin, I promise I won't let you down. Unfortunately, Qin Fei passed by these people and approached one individual. The person did not look up, so Qin Fei took the initiative to ask, "What is your name?" The girl who raised her head glanced at him, still with an aloof expression, her face seemingly incapable of smiling. After looking at him, she lowered her head again, not answering his question. This truly was a cold little trainee. Chapter 126. The star with a strong sisterly vibe. The other party didn't speak, and the female instructor's expression turned ugly as she hurried forward to interject. Mr. Qin. This is Yang Mi, our top performer from the past 3 sessions, and she is also the hardest working. Yang Mi, what kind of attitude is that? This is Mr. Qin. Don't you want to greet Mr. Qin? Hearing the instructor's words, Yang Mi finally lifted her head, lightly nodded, and offered a greeting. Qin Fei understood that this Yang Mi had been aloof since her trainee days. No wonder she was destined to become a big star with a cold, sisterly aura. The instructor's face darkened at Yang Mi's attitude, fearing she might offend Qin Fei, and scolded her. Yang Mi, what kind of attitude is that? Mr. Qin is interested in you, and he can get you into a variety show, providing you with substantial resources. What do you want to do acting like this? Yang Mi raised her head, pouted, and said coldly, I don't want to do a variety show. The instructor's face turned angry, clearly irritated. How could a junior trainee dare to be picky? Not doing a variety show? What do you want to do then? Being on a variety show is a great opportunity. You've been avoiding roles in several stage plays before. Don't think just because you performed well during training that you can pick and choose scripts. You don't have that qualification. Biting her lip, Yang Mi lowered her head and said nothing. After all, most junior artists don't have the privilege to choose scripts. They can't just act in whatever they want. Even second and third-tier stars don't have a right to select films and TV dramas. Right now, Yang Mi really had an air of arrogance. The instructor wanted to continue her lecture, but Qin Fei raised a hand to stop her from speaking. He looked at her calmly and said, You should have heard of Qin Entertainment. Up to now, the stars signed by my company are basically all first-tier stars. Quite famous. Don't you want to join our company? Yang Mi raised her head, looked at him deeply, shook her head decisively, and said, I don't want to. I want to join China Film. He realized that in her heart, she still regarded China Film as a powerful entity. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh, amusedly saying, Oh, our Qin Entertainment can't compare to China Film. I admit our background isn't as strong as China Film's, but when it comes to star-making ability, we are not inferior to them. Yang Mi didn't speak. After all, she still believed that China Film was very impressive. China Film is one of the largest entertainment companies in the mainland, investing in numerous TV dramas and films every year. Its strength is top-notch. It was inevitable for Yang Mi to want to sign with China Film. The opportunity to sign is only once. If she signs with another company, it will be troublesome to switch later. The company she signs with also determines a star's future, which is very important for them. So Yang Mi wanted to make a better choice. That's why she only wanted to choose China Film and was unwilling to select Qin Fei's Qin Entertainment. Qin Fei knew this was unavoidable. His Qin Entertainment was quite well known in the mainland, but it couldn't be compared to large companies. However, he wasn't worried at all and continued to smile at Yang Mi. He wasn't angry and continued speaking. Yang Mi, you have high hope for China Film. But have you considered how many artists China Film has signed to date? It's over 100 every year, almost 200 signed artists. Out of these 200 artists, how many can become famous? If you sign with China Film, they will only give you 1 or 2 opportunities, and if you can't become famous with those, they want to provide you with more resources. In an instant, Yang Mi fell silent. Qin Fei's words were decisive, making the female instructor beside them feel awkward. But she didn't dare to refute him. This was indeed the truth, and some junior artists started whispering among themselves. I heard the competition at China Film is fierce, but I didn't expect it to be this severe. Don't mention it. I know a sister who went to China Film. In the beginning, it was fine. She got 1 or 2 chances to appear, but after that, there were none. Yes, the resources at China Film are too limited. Generally, a newly signed artist is lucky to get 3 opportunities. If you don't make it in 3 tries, there won't be any more chances. Sigh, they're a big company. Who dares to negotiate terms or make demands? Just getting an opportunity is already good. The discussions among many artists made Yang Mi realize that the chances at China Film were indeed very limited, at most 2 opportunities. After those 2, if she couldn't become popular, There wouldn't be another chance. This left her with a conflicted expression, completely different from what she had imagined about China film. Seeing the conflicted look on Yang Mi's face, Qin Fei continued with a smile. Our Qin Entertainment is different. This time, the variety show is just an experiment. To be honest, if you don't succeed with the variety show, I can still give you other second or third chances. This opportunity is much better than what China film offers. Yang Mi lifted her head, looking curious, her eyes filled with interest. Qin Fei smiled, knowing that as long as she was hooked, he could proceed. He continued, "We have many great directors in our company, like Director Jiang and Director Zhang, who are both part of our company. If you can't make it in a variety show, I can let Director Jiang give you a role, or a role in Director Zhang's art film. Even if you fail in 2 movies, I can still give you opportunities." Indeed, the opportunities provided by Qin Entertainment were significantly more than those offered by China Film. As Qin Fei's words came out, many junior artists began to discuss excitedly, their faces filled with enthusiasm. "I know Director Zhang and Director Jiang are part of the other party studio. They generally shoot at least 2 to 3 movies a year. Yes, and now that Qin Entertainment has fewer signed stars, those who are famous don't even need roles, while new signings can get a lot of opportunities. I dare say that at Qin Entertainment, the opportunities given are twice as many as those at China Film." Wow, if it were me, I would definitely agree. Exactly. With twice the opportunities compared to China Film, I wouldn't want to join China Film. Qin Entertainment is also great. The discussions among the crowd made Yang Mi understand that Qin Entertainment really wasn't much worse than China Film, and the opportunities were abundant. She was truly hesitating now. She raised her head and cautiously spoke, If I don't succeed in the variety show can you really give me other movie roles?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Fei replied, "Absolutely. Doing the variety show is just a side task. Filming movies is what really matters. I can also help you land a role in a TV drama. I believe a drama would suit you very well. That particular fantasy drama would be very fitting for her." Thinking of this, Qin Fei was already certain about the direction the company would take in shooting dramas. The fantasy drama was indeed the best direction. Now, both leading ladies from that drama were in his company. Not filming such a popular drama would be a waste of resources. No matter what, they had to shoot it. Qin Fei raised a hand, placing it in front of her, smiling as he looked at her. Yang Mi noticed that many trainees were looking at her with envy and jealousy. Now, there were indeed people hoping she would refuse. Oh no, Yang Mi is so lucky to be noticed all at once. How infuriating. Why do they choose her and not me? Yeah, I'm more obedient than her, I have better acting skills, and I want to join Qin Entertainment more. I don't want to go to China Film. If Qin Entertainment signs me, I could definitely want to go to China Film. These trainees' comments made Yang Mi realize this was an opportunity. For her, it was a huge opportunity. After hesitating for a few seconds, she still lifted one hand and placed it in Qin Fei's palm. Qin Fei tightly held one of Yang Mi's soft little hands, pulling her close. With his other hand, he naturally wrapped it around her waist, appearing very casual. "From today on, you are my 4th signed female star at Qinyo. I will do my utmost to nurture you and help you become a top star in the shortest time possible. By then, I'll find you a manager and an assistant. Once you sign the contract, you will be part of my company." Yang Mi nodded slightly, feeling a bit nervous from Qin Fei's intimate actions. She showed a hint of resistance. If she were not resistant, he might not have been that interested in her, but her slightly aloof demeanor intrigued him. If Yang Mi were to obediently listen to him and be compliant, he might not have much interest. However, her resistance and aloofness ignited his desire to completely conquer her. He wanted to see her become as obedient as Liu Yifei, sweetly calling him Godfather. He was very intrigued by what that would be like. After leaving the China Film Training Institute, Qin Fei did not let go of Yang Mi's waist. Once outside, she managed to break free, looking a bit displeased. "Mr. Qin, I am an employee of your company, not your kept mistress. Please be mindful of that. I agreed to this because I value your company's capability." With a serious expression, she looked at him sternly. Qin Fei smiled gently and replied, "Of course. However, Miss Yang, you cannot guarantee that you want to fall in love with me in the future." Yang Mi did not expect this man to be so confident. Pouting, she responded unhappily, "Impossible. I know you are in a relationship with Zhao Liying. I don't want to be the third party." After saying that, she began to pack her things. Now that she had signed with the company, it meant she had graduated from the training program. Yang called a taxi and left directly, her fiery personality showing decisiveness. No wonder she would become a strong and confident star in the future. Qin Fei was in a good mood. He wasn't in a hurry. Now that Yang had signed with the company, he had plenty of time and opportunities. He called Qin Entertainment Company to prepare the contract for Yang and even asked Zhao Liying for help in finding a manager and an assistant. From today on, Yang would be the only employee of his company. Relying on her talent, she could absolutely become a key pillar of the company. With the resources he would provide, his company would definitely benefit. That's why he had noticed her at the training institute right away. Chapter 127, Establishing a 1.5 billion Xinxiao film crew. After successfully signing Yang, Qin Fei thought of something. He called in 2 top directors from his company for a discussion. It was also to confirm the major investment direction for the company's next projects. After all, the entertainment industry and film releases in the mainland have not yet reached their peak stage, and currently, very few people go to the cinema to watch movies. Most prefer to watch pirated films, and the box office in the mainland is really not that high. Another model is to make money by producing TV dramas. Once a TV drama is made, it can be sold to various TV stations. How does selling to TV stations make money? There are quite a few TV stations in the mainland. Besides the largest certain TV, there are many local TV stations. This includes provincial TV stations and city TV stations. All these TV stations combined can allow a single drama to be sold to each of them, as long as the drama is good enough. Selling to TV stations can yield significant profits. Therefore, Qin Fei plans to invest in producing a TV drama. As long as the drama becomes a hit, they can sell it episode by episode to TV stations. They are guaranteed to make a profit. Hearing that Qin Fei wanted to produce a TV drama, Directors Zhang and Jiang looked curious. Mr. Qin, I'm not sure what kind of drama you want to invest in. The TV drama market in the mainland is quite saturated, and most dramas won't even be aired by TV stations. Yes, there are many dramas popular right now, but TV stations are only willing to buy those with high ratings. Qin Fei confidently replied with a smile, I can guarantee that this TV drama will definitely have high ratings. The 2 directors looked curious, genuinely wanting to know what kind of drama it was. Qin Fei suddenly thought of Yang, as the female lead of this drama was already under his company, and they just needed a male lead. The male lead was easy to find, and he would have the 2 directors helping getting the other party to sign with his company for the collaboration on this drama. This is a Xinxia drama, one of the oldest genres in our Huaxia culture, which you should be familiar with. It's called Xinjian, or Legend of the Sword and Fairy, and it tells the story of the male lead defeating a great demon through the cultivation of various spells. The 2 directors exchanged glances, genuinely surprised that Qin Fei intended to shoot a Xinxia film. To be honest, many emotional blockbusters in the mainland right now are about romance and family comedies. There are very few fantasy or Xinxia dramas. They couldn't understand why Qin Fei wanted to make a Xinxia drama and began to worry a bit. Mr. Qin, the Xinxia market in the mainland is not very large, and many fantasy-type dramas struggle to achieve high ratings. Exactly. The dramas that are currently popular are mostly family sitcoms and various romance dramas. Generally, Xinxia dramas are not very popular. That's true. Xinxia dramas are generally not well received. In fact, from 2008 to 2010, after the boom in TV dramas, very few Xinxia dramas became hits. The only one that can be considered the first is Xinjian. Besides that, none can compare, and this has continued until 2020. Qin Fei was not worried. He understood the concerns of the 2 directors and knew they were afraid of losing too much. If the first episode's ratings were too low and no one bought it, the entire investment in the drama would be a total loss, especially for a Xinxia drama. The costs involved are quite substantial, not just labor costs, but also the cost for special effects. The current special effects are indeed money-burning, consuming cash like there's no tomorrow. In contrast, family sitcoms and various romance dramas require much lower costs. One episode can be produced for just tens of thousands of RMB, including employee salaries. The cost can be under 100,000 RMB. Selling one episode to a TV station for hundreds of thousands of RMB is incredibly profitable. Therefore, a long and tedious drama can still earn more money. Why not take advantage of such an easy way to make money? The two directors began to persuade him. Mr. Chin, I think making a romance film is better. The investment is smaller, the risk is lower, and with the TV station's guarantee, we are sure to profit. Yes, Mr. Chin, our company should be more conservative and produce a few small budget projects. Looking at the two directors in front of him, Chin Fei suddenly realized that they completely lost sight of the original intention of entertainment. No wonder the entertainment industry in the mainland began to decline after 2010. From a period of rapid development to gradually weakening, he couldn't help but sigh. With a serious expression, he looked at the two and said sternly, "We engage in entertainment not only for profit, but also for reputation. Director Zhang, when I first met you, you were willing to sacrifice box office for an art film just to win an international award. Mr. Jiang, you also gave up all profits to fund your film. Now, we cannot only focus on profits." Chin Fei's words lit a spark in the two directors. They indeed felt ashamed. It was too comfortable working under Chin Fei's company, where they could easily earn big money. Just casually making a film that premiered simultaneously in Hong Kong and the mainland could recover costs as long as it wasn't terrible. This led to a change in their minds, and after Chin Fei's words, they became serious. Mr. Chin's words have awakened me. He is right. Yes, after these few days of filming, we focused only on profit and lost a sense of ambition. Mr. Chin, just tell us what actors and screenwriters you need, and I will find them for you right now. Chin Fei smiled, finally satisfied. He didn't care about costs. For this TV drama, he was definitely going to invest heavily. After all, he understood that this would be an absolutely popular drama. He wanted it to be even more successful. There were still several key roles missing, and he spoke seriously. First, I need the male lead's choice. This male lead is very special. Besides him, no one else can take on the role. I will tell you his name. This male lead with the surname, who must sign with our company and commit to at least 3 of our dramas. The two nodded, not expecting that Chin Fei would designate the male lead. This male star was incredibly lucky. Signing for 3 drama productions and joining Chin Fei's entertainment company would definitely allow him to soar to great heights. After designating the male lead, Chin Fei continued, "Next, regarding the drama's budget, I don't care about expenses. My plan is for this drama to have over 50 episodes. For the first season, I plan to invest 10 million renminbi per episode." As soon as he said this, the two were shocked and looked at him in disbelief, swallowing hard. "Mr. Chin, are you saying that the cost for one episode is 10 million? That means 50 episodes would cost 500 million renminbi, and several seasons would add up to over a billion. Mr. Chin, isn't this too risky? Even 100,000 RMB per episode is considered high. 10 million is too much. If we don't sell several hundred million RMB, we won't recover our costs." They couldn't believe that a drama could be sold for over 100 million RMB in the current mainland market. What kind of ratings would it take to achieve such a high selling price? They truly didn't understand the explosive popularity of Xianjian. Chin Fei wasn't worried at all about recovering the investment. The first drama had to be the best, the most explosive one, surpassing anything made before. He had long planned to have dual female leads in the first season, which would definitely be even more impressive than before. With a smile, he began to share his plans. At the same time, the female lead in the first installment is played by 2 people, one of whom is Liu Yifei, and the other is Yang Mi, whom I just signed. As soon as the words came out, the two looked at each other. If it were Liu Yifei, they would definitely agree, but the other new signed star surprised them a bit and also made them worried. Mr. Chin, there's no need to mention Liu Yifei's fame. Whatever she films, being the female lead is fine. However, we really don't know about Yang Mi's strength. With such a large investment, is it really okay to have her as the female lead? Chin Fei waved his hand decisively and said, "This matter is settled. All right, you two help set up the production team. Find people to arrange for the team, from various producers to screenwriters, crew members, and so on, including directors and assistant directors suitable for filming fantasy dramas." The two felt helpless. They didn't expect Chin Fei to be so decisive, calling them just to confirm the establishment of the Xianjian production team. After all, Chin Fei is the boss, and they didn't dare to say much, only agreeing. Chin Fei was not stingy with the funds, and this was evident. "I directly allocated one. 5 billion renminbi to the production team. And the actors' costumes and image design must be top-notch. This is a double female lead fantasy drama, and the content must be rich, especially for each supporting role. I want the best team. The two nodded repeatedly. Qin Fei's willingness to allocate 5 billion renminbi meant that the funds were more than sufficient. Not to mention the best teams in the mainland. Even bringing over a few special effects teams from Hollywood would not be a problem. The two directors were also looking forward to what kind of fantasy drama this would turn out to be. They hoped that the company would have a hit drama, as that would give them more opportunities to showcase their talents. Originally, their directing studio was bound to Qin Fei's Qin Entertainment. If Qin Entertainment developed better, their studio would have a brighter future. They would definitely do their utmost for this fantasy drama production team. After the meeting, the two directors contacted their networks to help Qin Fei quickly establish the fantasy drama team. This matter quickly spread within the company and even in the entertainment circle. Qin Entertainment spent 5 billion renminbi to establish a fantasy drama production team. This could directly shock the entire mainland entertainment circle. But it should be noted that many drama and film productions in the mainland entertainment circle are lacking funds. A single drama with an entire investment of 10 million renminbi would be considered good. Chapter 128. The male protagonist of the Xinxia TV drama, not to mention. Directly investing 5 billion renminbi is definitely a big deal. An unprecedented big investment. It has piqued the interest of many people in the entertainment industry. And Qin Yu's fame has been promoted again, especially since Qin Yu bought the front page of the RM newspaper. The news of recruiting a male lead was released, which caused a stir in the entertainment circle. Nobody expected that this 5 billion investment movie would specifically name a male star who hasn't gained any fame yet. They are even searching nationwide. This Qin Entertainment is too impressive. In the Hungyan filming crew, they are currently shooting a TV drama. There are quite a few extras running around, and the day's filming for extras has just ended. Gu, a special extra, came to get his lunchbox. He has very few lines and limited chances to appear in this drama. After all, he is just an extra, and Gu still lacks fame. When he came to get his lunchbox, he saw people reading a newspaper, which piqued his curiosity. What are you all looking at? When he approached, someone made space for him and greeted him enthusiastically. Gu has a good appearance and decent charisma, and he is a graduate of a training class. The others are small artists, but anyone can see that Gu definitely has the potential to become a big star. So many people are quite warm towards him. Gu, you came at the right time. Look, the front page of the newspaper actually published an advertisement for the drama crew's establishment. This Qin Yu group is really wealthy. Exactly. Also, they're recruiting male artists nationwide, specifically naming a male artist whose name is quite similar to yours. Yeah, Hu Yi. Are you going to give it a try? Gu glanced at the newspaper. Although the name was the same as his, he really didn't think it was about him. After all, the others are investing 5 billion in a big production, and he doesn't believe he could be chosen. He smiled self-deprecatingly. That's impossible. They want a male lead. 3 TV dramas signed, and each drama costs 500 million to produce. How could I possibly be noticed? He just thought it was a case of having the same name. There are many people with the same name across the country. He was quite self-aware. The others didn't pay much attention, and they really didn't think the newspaper was referring to this Gu beside them. A few people took their lunchboxes and started discussing the script while eating. But as soon as they started eating, a crew member rushed over. Seeing Gu, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed his arm. Hu Yi, what are you doing here? Hurry and come with me. A big director wants to see you. You're in luck. You're lucky. A big director has taken a liking to you. Gu still looked confused. He hadn't taken more than a few bites before being pulled away by the crew member, not understanding why the director wanted to see him. Could it be that the director wanted to add scenes for him and arrange a role for him? His eyes brightened, and he immediately put his lunchbox aside, following the crew member to a certain place. Eating was not important. What mattered was the possibility of getting more scenes and lines. Meals could be eaten anytime, but if he missed this opportunity to perform, he would regret it for life. He hurriedly followed the crew member to the other side. Once he got there, he realized it was not the director at all. Looking at a stranger, he was momentarily stunned, not understanding who this person was. The crew member looked excited and quickly urged him to greet the stranger. What are you standing there for? This is director Zhang, a big director who has won numerous international awards for his films. Hugo nodded in confusion. After all, he had never met director Zhang. He also didn't know why the other party called him to ask him to act in a film, but with his current ability, it was impossible for him to be the lead. As he scratched his head, director Zhang spoke first. You're Hugo, right? Hu Yi knew that. And director Zhang didn't waste any time. Good, he asked the one. I'll take him away. I need to head back to Beishan now. His words were very decisive, making the crew member quickly agree. How could they refuse? Director Zhang was very familiar with their filming crew. Taking away a special extra was not too difficult. Even if the other party wanted the lead, it was just a matter of a word. The crew member quickly said, Director Zhang, I'll handle the other matters. I'll talk to the director later. Director Zhang, you've worked hard. You came such a long way without taking a break. How could Director Zhang rest? The crew had just been established, and Mr. Chen's tasks were heavy, with orders issued directly. With 5 billion poured in, he couldn't be careless at all. He didn't want to linger. No need. I've been looking for him for a long time, and only just found out now. Our screenwriter and crew members are waiting for him to arrive. If he doesn't come, we really can't start filming. Director Zhang's words left Hugo in a daze. He was still in a state of bewilderment. Director Zhang, where are you taking me? What do you want me to do? Director Zhang also looked confused. He doubted whether he had mistaken the person. After all, this was such a big deal. The RM newspaper had even published it, and this guy still didn't know why. Was he not in the entertainment industry? He looked at Hugo with a strange expression. Haven't you seen the newspaper? Haven't you been following the recent entertainment news? Hu Yi knew that. Looking astonished. I saw it, but what does it have to do with me? Director Zhang was speechless, looking at Hugo still not understanding. He had the crew member bring over a newspaper and directly said, Didn't you see? The name written on the newspaper is you. It has already been published, Mr. Chen has spent 5 billion to establish a Xianxia drama crew. They found a newspaper and put it on the front page, looking nationwide for you. You actually say you don't know? Hugo was completely stunned. Looking at the name on the newspaper, he finally understood. This was really him. He initially didn't believe it, thinking it was a case of having the same name. Now, with Director Zhang right in front of him, telling him the front page newspaper was meant to find him, he felt petrified. After a long while, he finally spoke. Director Zhang, are you saying that I am the male lead of this TV drama, and the boss of Chen Company specifically wants me? Director Zhang could only nod helplessly. Otherwise, I don't know why Mr. Chen is looking for you, and you actually know nothing. This is a 500 million production TV drama. I've looked into you, and you're still running as a special extra, not even getting supporting roles, yet you're the lead. Director Zhang sighed, and Hugo became excited. He really didn't expect to become the lead, and seeing hope, he didn't want to waste the opportunity, knowing this was a rare chance. He had to seize it. With this opportunity, he could achieve great success. Without thinking, he said, Director Zhang, I have trained for many years in the training class, and my acting skills are definitely up to par. I've played many special extra roles, and I can memorize lines well. I want this opportunity, and I'll go back and pack my things right now. After saying this, he hurriedly left, knowing time waits for no one, and he was eager for this opportunity. He was so grateful to Mr. Chen for giving him such a great chance that he felt deeply moved, having never met Mr. Chen before. Although he didn't know why the other party specifically wanted him, he would definitely not forget this kindness. He rushed back to pack his things, knowing that filming a TV drama would take a lot of time. He only took simple luggage and couldn't wait to accompany Director Zhang on their way. Taking a flight from Beibei, I arrived in Beishan, where an established film crew was already in place. The 5 billion fantasy drama, the Xianjian crew, was formed. It had been less than a day since its establishment. All the staff, including the scriptwriters, were already in place, and having two well-known directors made things much easier. Everything was handled in an orderly fashion. Now, Qin Fei brought along a cold and aloof Yangmi and began to introduce her. The Xianjian drama has been established, and I plan to make you the female lead. Besides variety shows, this drama will definitely make you famous. Yangmi nodded, her demeanor indifferent, which made Qin Fei suspect that this woman might be a bit too cold. Most people would be extremely excited to be the female lead of this drama. For example, not far away, the male lead of this drama, whom he had invited over, was visibly excited. Before Qin Fei could approach, the other party proactively stepped forward, extending a hand to greet him warmly, tears of excitement in his eyes. Mr. Qin, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Hugo, and this is my first leading role in a drama. I will definitely perform well. If it weren't for you, Mr. Qin, I would still be running minor roles in Hungyan. He looked genuinely moved and turned his gaze to Yang Mi beside him, wanting to extend his hand to greet her as well. However, Yang Mi let out a cold snort, ignoring him, which made him feel a bit awkward, and he quickly withdrew his hand. Qin Fei glanced at Yang Mi and realized that this big star needed some guidance. He noticed that another actor, Hugo, who was equally famous, was so polite. Yet Yang Mi remained extremely aloof, making him curl his lips in disdain. At that moment, he suddenly had the urge to conquer her. Soon, the two arrived at the break area. As they got close, a sharp-eyed female staff member approached with 2 bottles of drinks and a stool for them to sit down. She handed them the drinks and turned on a fan to cool down the slightly warm Yang Mi. Yang Mi took the drink and casually sat on the stool to drink. The other party wasn't a big star, but she certainly acted like one. Now, many people in the crew were trying to please her, as she accompanied Qin Fei, leading many to speculate about their close relationship. Because of Qin Fei, Yang Mi was treated especially well. Chapter 129, She doesn't believe she can become famous. Yang Mi, since you are a member of my company, there are some things I need to clarify with you. Looking at Yang Mi beside him, Qin Fei waved his hand to dismiss the crew and wanted to have a private talk with Yang Mi. Who would have thought that this girl would pout and respond nonchalantly? You sign me on? I never intended to join your company. This girl really was tough-tongued. It seems she still had some hope for China Film. After all, she truly didn't believe that a small company like Qin Entertainment could make her famous. Especially this time. Establishing the Xinxia drama crew made her feel that this big boss really didn't understand the entertainment industry. Over the years, no one in the mainland dared to touch Xinxia dramas. Even Xinxia films are rarely made because every time one is produced, it inevitably flops. Take the most famous The Legend of Zhu. It flopped without a trace, so filming Xinxia dramas. Yang Mi just felt that this guy was truly insane. He completely misunderstood the entertainment industry, and she somewhat regretted why she entered this company and agreed to be the female lead in the drama. This drama, she truly didn't think it would be good. It looked worse than that rural variety show. Qin Fei could see Yang Mi's thoughts. In fact, except for 2 major directors who had confidence in him, the others probably wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Establishing a Xinxia drama crew with 1.5 billion renminbi and deciding to shoot 3 parts from the start, Xinxia being the least favored genre. Someone had already started calculating how long it would take before he lost money on the first drama and then directly withdrew their investment. Seeing Yang Mi's indifferent expression, Qin Fei smiled and slowly raised a finger. He said lightly, "How about this? Let's make a bet. If my drama is released and becomes a huge hit, making you a second-tier star known by many, I want you to agree to one request of mine." Yang Mi looked over, pouted, and upon hearing Qin Fei's words that she could become a second-tier star, she didn't believe it at all, and without hesitation said, "Fine. I'll bet with you, but if you lose, you must introduce me to China Film. I know you have a good relationship with them, and with you, I can sign a special contract with China Film." Qin Fei smiled and readily agreed. Of course, he would never hand Yang Mi over to China Film. What was his, he would never give to others. Now that he agreed, Yang Mi looked very happy, thinking that this time she was sure to win. She never believed that this Xinxia drama could become popular. Becoming a second-tier star was not that easy. She looked at the crew in front of her, especially the male lead, pouting her lips and coldly saying, "This male actor has no masculinity at all, looks weak and frail. What could he possibly act in? He'd be better off playing a small thug." Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh, explaining with a smile, "His small thug persona is just right for this drama. Just wait and see. After this drama ends, I guarantee it will reach the peak of first-tier popularity." Yang Mi listened to Qin Fei's words but couldn't believe it. It was obvious this guy had too high expectations for this drama. Can a genre that no one has filmed before just be produced with money? Even with a good script and special effects, the audience still has to buy it. So far, no Xinxia drama had ever been a hit on television. It had always been like this. Before Xianjian, no other Xinxia films had ever succeeded. Xian Jian was the true first. Yang Mi's skeptical gaze fell on him, which only made him smile gently without saying anything. Everything would be proven with time. The crew was quickly established. As long as there was money, everything progressed quite smoothly. According to Qin Fei's requirements, the script had already appeared. The script for Xian Jian was very simple, mainly focusing on Xinxia elements, with very special Xinxia elements added in. This was what made it attractive. Until now, there hadn't been a single quality Xinxia film in Huaxia. It wasn't that Xinxia films didn't become popular. But there hadn't been a single one that met quality standards. The script needed to be good, the actors needed to be capable, and special effects were necessary. Adding all these together, ordinary people really couldn't afford to invest, but Qin Fei was different. He established the most powerful crew. He brought in the best directors and screenwriters, plus capable stars. He even brought over Liu Yifei, whom he trained himself, to co-star with Yang Mi as dual female leads. This first installment's lineup was significantly stronger than the original first installment. It would be hard not to succeed. Now that everything was ready, filming officially started. Qin Fei's plan was to film while selling. As soon as an episode was filmed, it would be sold to the television station. After all, he had invested 5 billion renminbi, and he wanted to recoup his funds quickly. Of course, the most important thing was that he understood this drama would definitely become a hit. By the time everything was filmed, if they packaged it all together and sold it, even if they couldn't sell it for a high price, they could at least sell it for a low price. If the ratings exploded, everything he packaged and sold would incur losses. But with the current method of filming an episode and selling an episode, as long as the ratings go up, he would definitely be able to increase the fees for subsequent episodes, ensuring that this drama could become popular. This was how he could earn more. Qin Fei was absolutely confident, and he had arranged everything for the crew. Watching Yang Mi change in her ancient costume, this girl truly looked graceful. After changing into the ancient outfit, she looked even prettier. He gazed at her appreciatively, thinking about how to make this girl meet his requirements. There was no way this drama wouldn't make her famous. Making Yang Mi a second-tier artist was not too difficult. She could probably go directly to first tier. His Xian Jian Xinxia drama definitely had the potential to explode. Brother Qin, the ancient costume doesn't look good. It doesn't even catch Ling Er's eye. A voice came over. If anyone looked the sweetest and most pure in ancient costume, it was Liu Yifei in front of him. After changing into the ancient outfit, many actors in the crew were astonished. Even several screenwriters and directors were stunned. They couldn't believe there was such a beautiful woman. She was not of this world. Truly a fairy. Liu Yifei immersed herself in the role. Although she already had considerable fame and didn't need to rely on Xian Jian, she was still a first-tier star. But this was a crew established by Qin Fei, and she would definitely perform well. She didn't care about the acting fee. She just wanted to win Qin Fei's favor. As she walked over, she grabbed Qin Fei's hand and smiled, saying, "So, Brother Qin, how do you like Ling Er's outfit?" Qin Fei laughed heartily, playfully pinching her nose, and joyfully said, "The outfit looks good, but you look even better. Our Ling Er is the most beautiful." Liu Yifei happily clung to Qin Fei, being extremely intimate, and if it weren't for the people around, she might have directly thrown herself into Qin Fei's arms. Not far away, Yang Mi watched all this with indignation, letting out a cold snort. She continued to familiarize herself with the script. Even though she was not optimistic about this drama, she would still fulfill her duties as an actress. She would put her heart into filming this drama, and as for whether it would become popular or not, it had nothing to do with her. After all, she was getting paid as an actress, settled per episode, so she wouldn't lose much. She was quite happy to see Qin Fei suffer losses. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, she memorized her lines, looking at Qin Fei with a somewhat gleeful expression. She didn't believe that this guy, when the first episode aired, could unexpectedly become a hit and still have the mood to flirt with a female star. This fickle guy would definitely learn a lesson. The second day of the crew's establishment. The first episode of the TV drama has been filmed and is currently in editing. Qin Fei quickly found his way to the television station and met someone there. Upon seeing Zhang Yishan, who had a bright smile on his face, he already knew that Qin Fei had established a production team, but he hadn't visited because he had his own entertainment program to work on. When he saw Qin Fei, he smiled and congratulated him, saying, "Mr. Qin, congratulations. I heard you created a Xinxia drama production team. You're really impressive, Mr. Qin. This is going to pioneer Xinxia dramas. I'm really looking forward to your Xinxia drama." Qin Fei smiled back, feeling amused by the other person, producer Zhang. Many people believe that filming a Xinxia drama will be a financial loss. Many are waiting for me to not even finish one episode before the production team disbands. Do you really think my drama can be a hit? With a playful expression, he looked over, and the other person was quite sincere, laughing as he continued. "If it were someone else, I wouldn't dare to say, but if it's you, Mr. Qin, I can say with 99 certainty that this drama will be a hit. Mr. Qin, about the rural entertainment activities and the aspirations of life project we discussed, I have already started rehearsing. Once the promotion is out, many people will pay attention." Qin Fei was curious. "Oh, so it's going smoothly?" Zhang Yishan nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely. It's not just smooth. I feel that the first episode we're planning can be explosive. By the way, those two stars should be able to participate in the program, right? I'm worried they might get tired. Should we make some time for them?" Qin Fei wasn't worried and smiled, saying, "Currently, the filming of the drama doesn't have too many scenes for them, so they can first film one episode. The initial few episodes mostly focus on the male lead scenes, and their major scenes come later." Zhang Yishan nodded in agreement. "Well, in that case, I'll hurry to help them record an episode. I'm afraid if they become popular, I'll have to increase the participation fee for them." Qin Fei laughed heartily. Chatting with smart people was very pleasant. The two enjoyed their conversation and only parted ways after a while, as they both had their own matters to attend to. After all, this time, Qin Fei came to the television station to sell the first episode of the Xianjian drama he had just filmed. Chapter 130. No money for poor ratings in the conference room. Qin Fei, a major shareholder of the television station and a well-known philanthropist in mainland Hong Kong, was present. The deputy director had already communicated with him, and this time, with a TV drama in hand, Qin Fei was sure to receive preferential treatment. However, the fantasy drama he brought was only a single episode, clearly putting Huang, the director responsible for connecting local dramas, in a difficult position. After serving some good tea, he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Qin, we rarely take on fantasy dramas. If you shoot a war film, we can guarantee an immediate acquisition. Whatever you shoot, we will take, but now you want to film a fantasy drama and demand primetime slots. I feel it's a bit challenging." Qin Fei took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "Are you lacking confidence in my drama?" The other party didn't dare to speak carelessly, as offending Qin Fei, a shareholder of the station and his superior, was unthinkable. He quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't mean that. I just think the local TV stations might make things difficult. Moreover, Mr. Qin, you only brought one episode and wanted to air directly while shooting. I find that very difficult. It was not just difficult, it was unprecedented. Nowadays, TV dramas are generally sold to stations at a fixed price only after they are fully completed. Many dramas don't make a profit, unlike the ones filmed in the future. Qin Fei's method of selling one episode at a time would surely cause dissatisfaction among other stations. However, Qin Fei remained confident and smiled. "Don't worry, I have great confidence in my show. How about this? Tell them that if this drama's ratings are below 30, I'll sell it to them for free. As long as any episode falls below 30, I will give it to them for free." Upon hearing this, Huang's expression turned astonished. He never expected Qin Fei to make such an offer. A 30 rating is indeed a terrifying number for a TV drama, especially since Qin Fei guaranteed a 30 rating for each episode, showcasing immense confidence. To reach that number, it must be a blockbuster drama. Faced with Qin Fei's self-assured demeanor, Huang hesitated but eventually nodded. "Mr. Qin, if you really want to do this, I can help you negotiate. However, think carefully. If I negotiate successfully and the ratings hit 30, you won't receive a penny." Qin Fei was certainly not worried. If this drama couldn't achieve over 30 for every episode, his investment of 1.5 billion would indeed result in a total loss. Thus, if it fell below 30, even if he had to sell, he wouldn't get a decent price for it. He didn't mind losing that little money. His target was not just 30, but 50 to crush other dramas. After reviewing some dramas from early 2009, he found that apart from the adaptations of the 4 great classical novels, Most others were not worth watching. That was why he was so confident that this one could outperform others in ratings. With full confidence, he assured, "I'm a man of my word. If the ratings are below 30, not just this episode will be free. All episodes will be free. This means whatever price they offer for my drama, I'll refund it and let them air it for free." Huang's eyes lit up. He believed that this statement would definitely attract many local TV stations. There were too few dramas available for airing in mainland China. It was difficult to fill the time slots for so many TV stations. Having a drama to air was already a big deal. Otherwise, many stations were just recycling old content. A drama that has been aired for years is still being shown, with new dramas available and all episodes below 30 being free. How could they possibly refuse? Huang helped Qin Fei make phone calls, and with just one inquiry, over 20 TV stations quickly agreed to Qin Fei's terms. With a smile, Qin Fei handed the first episode of the drama to the director in front of him. He didn't charge a penny for the first episode and told the local TV stations that he would only start pricing if the ratings exceeded 30. The first episode was considered a free gift. The local TV stations were, of course, thrilled, each scrambling to get it. At this point, there was no need for him to say anything more. Nearly 90 of the TV stations in Huaxia were eager to air his fantasy drama. It was expected to premiere during the afternoon's prime time, and the ratings from this first airing would determine the future of the drama. At noon, Qin Fei arrived at his Qin Foundation in mainland China. This time, he found a foundation's office neatly organized. The manager had indeed done a great job, demonstrating considerable capability by recruiting several operators and establishing the company. With the endorsement of superstar Liu Yifei, Qin Entertainment had also achieved some success in the mainland. Dressed in a tailored suit that exuded charisma, he felt a sense of returning to his earlier days of managing trillions in assets. Upon seeing Qin Fei, the manager greeted him respectfully but confidently. "Mr. Qin, I've noticed that the Hang Seng Index has been doing well recently. I plan to buy into a wave of medium to long-term Hang Seng stocks after the market opens, aiming to break through 4,000 points." Qin Fei nodded. During the weekend, when the market was closed, he had no predictive ability, so he let the manager analyze it on his own. He would provide operational advice once he had accurate predictions. This time, he learned about another matter. Have many wealthy businessmen from the mainland approached us for investment in the Qin Foundation because of the celebrity endorsement? The manager's eyes brightened, and he smiled. "Yes. Many capable, wealthy businessmen want to collaborate with us, including Wanda, Hung Tai, and the Zhao Group, all interested in investing in the Qin Foundation." The manager spoke with undeniable pride. As he was the head of the foundation, each of these potential investors was a major player in the banking sector, a VIP client of banks. These individuals were indeed very wealthy. However, it was also quite challenging for these rich people to continue making money. They held a lot of cash and were looking to invest. In mainland China, there were too few strong trust foundations, especially after the financial crisis in 2008, which wiped out many subpar trust foundations. This led to the closure of numerous securities firms and financial investment institutions, including banks. The Qin Private Foundation was riding the wave, entering the ranks of the most prestigious and promising foundations. Indeed, it was evident that bringing Liu Yifei on board had a significant impact. Celebrity endorsements tied to the foundation attracted the attention of many wealthy individuals, especially after they learned about Qin Fei's staggering personal assets. His strength in expanding from Hong Kong to the mainland was formidable. Consequently, many real estate tycoons and state-owned enterprise giants were eager to collaborate. Qin Fei smiled, understanding this point with a playful expression. "Well, at that time, you should release a portion of the funds appropriately and offer them some profits. Just give them around 10 monthly returns, and it will attract this wave of funding. After all, it's easy for these people to acquire their money." The manager readily agreed, fully aware of what needed to be done. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will release 10 billion in funds for fundraising and tell them that only through a lottery can they get the opportunity. This will make them feel like they've worked hard to get a chance to collaborate with us. Once we give them a bit of profit, they will be committed to following the Qin Foundation." The idea was indeed clever. Even the money for lottery investments had been put out. Qin Fei laughed heartily, feeling that he had chosen the right person. He is looking forward to the upcoming rise of the foundation's funds. He praised the other party well, encouraging them to take action, and then took a look at the current state of the foundation. He then left the foundation directly. Watching Qin Fei leave, the group at the foundation looked up in admiration, knowing Qin Fei's reputation in Xianjiang. As ordinary traders, they felt extremely honored to join the Qin Foundation. Mr. Qin, who started from scratch to where he is now, is truly our role model. I heard that he has been involved in high entertainment recently, casually spending over $1 billion to film a TV series. Others may not have high hopes for his TV series, but for Mr. Qin, 5 billion renminbi is just a drop in the bucket. Indeed, when it comes to money, Mr. Qin can easily attract countless wealthy individuals to invest in the Qin Foundation, raising hundreds of billions without any problem. Mr. Qin truly doesn't lack money. He even has big stars endorse his company without charging a penny for it. It is said that a certain Lu Xianyu, who is rumored to be someone else's kept girlfriend, would choose Mr. Qin over others because of his good looks and wealth. He is simply a star hunter. Many people have given Qin Fei the title of a star hunter, as countless stars cannot resist his charm. However, Qin Fei does not fully agree with this. At least one big star has remained quite indifferent towards him. Even though he specially arranged a French dinner for her, a newly established Michelin-starred French restaurant in Beijing, with an average cost of 100,000 RMB per person. He invited Yang Mi specifically to get closer to her. However, she had a cold expression, and even when she came, she seemed quite ungrateful. When Qin Fei raised his hand to pick up a wine glass and spoke to her, she appeared to be indifferent to him. Miss Yang, I wish your first TV series great success. Yang Mi picked up her knife and fork, eating the exquisite filet mignon, and calmly replied, the TV series hasn't even aired yet. You're getting ahead of yourself. Don't forget our bet when the time comes. I will leave your company, and you promised to recommend me to Zhongying, right? Qin Fei found it amusing. She was truly stubborn. Miss Yang, I really don't understand why you want to go to Zhongying. Is my Qin Entertainment not good enough? Yang Mi pouted and coldly said, your company is strong, but I feel like you're not taking entertainment seriously. I know you have a lot of money, but your reckless spending without a plan to improve the entertainment industry will lead to no results. After saying this, her expression turned serious, as if she were educating him, looking at him with a stern face. Chapter 131, This Xinxia is really awesome. Qin Fei chuckled dismissively, enjoying the caviar, served with soda crackers. The flavor was delightful, and he hadn't expected such a high-end restaurant to exist in Beijing. This Michelin restaurant was indeed impressive in terms of service quality and food grade. It was absolutely worth the price. In fact, enjoying high consumption in Beijing was more cost-effective than in Hong Kong, where there aren't many Michelin restaurants. Moreover, high-end Michelin dining in Hong Kong was not as upscale as in Beijing. The reason is that land prices and labor costs in Hong Kong are too high. You can't compare that to the land and labor prices in Beijing, where labor costs are originally much cheaper. Offering a salary of tens of thousands of RMB can get you a private chef of a high standard. In Hong Kong, however, a salary of tens of thousands of HKD can only hire a few middle-aged maids to help prepare meals. Therefore, they simply cannot be compared.